Alright, making sure we are live and everything is good. Yep. Alright, looks like everything checks out. Welcome to day 5 of Cold Steel 2, everybody. Back-to-back days playing this for the first time in a while. That I've done a back-to-back situation, so... Yeah, well, yesterday, the game hated me. The game hated me quite a bit, so that was unfortunate. So I'm hoping this time the game will hate me slightly less. Everybody's in the 70s as far as levels now, so that's pretty nice. And we got some good stuff on everyone, which is also nice. But yeah, the game definitely was not a fan of me yesterday. But we did get through the optional boss.
You could probably fish here. That's
nice. We did get through the optional boss, and we got through this water temple area, so we did get a lot done, but we would have gotten even more done if I didn't stuck on the boss for like an hour and a half, so, or an hour, whatever it was. It was a long time, so we'll see what today has in store for us.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Starting off with a triple advantage definitely helps.
May I?
We'll have to get our bonding points back because we used them in the last fight, so.
How about this?
But we should be okay.
Down. Outcast.
I'll back you up.
We have enough time before we get to the
turn.
next boss, so I'm
right,
not
let's
too
do this.
worried as of right now.
It's my turn.
Alright, I don't need you right now.
Sorry, can you handle this?
Take Laura.
Understood.
We should keep going.
Elliot is only useful in boss fights, at least in my opinion. Maybe someone else has found great uses for him outside, but not me.
This will be over in an instant. Very well.
You could just get your CP back.
Here I go.
Green has most of his, so I guess this would be the lowest costing.
There. Now's our chance.
And finishing? Yeah.
My turn.
I'm kind of debating if I'm going to do this again next week. Reason being is with how long this game is. It's gonna kind of take a while to beat it. So I'm kind of debating it.
They're off guard.
Here I come. Righto. May I?
But I'll...
Outcast.
I don't
An
know.
opening.
We'll decide later this week, I guess. There's no need to decide right now.
Now.
And I got all the bravery points back. Nice. So I gotta go up and this way, it looks like. Alright, not too bad. So that guy's gonna be a nuisance.
I hope we're strong enough to take that monster on.
Oh, that one looks tough. This'll be
Ooh.
fun. Very well.
Only a single advantage, not great.
How about this? Die.
My turn.
Well, that
There.
worked.
Now. Let's go, everyone.
Okay.
Understood.
Aw, everyone doesn't get criticals. I was hoping because it was a critical
Leave this
turn,
to me.
everyone would.
Yes, sir.
That
There!
works.
Ha! That's that. Let's keep moving.
Forgot my bravery points, but I can
Yes,
get
sir.
those back.
With pleasure.
Leave this to me.
My turn.
I'll stick with Irene. Oh. Excuse me. If you could turn around, that'd be... Thank you.
This will be over in an instant. Very well. How about this? Down.
Just destroy everything.
Attack.
An opening.
Here I go.
Reina's full, so...
There! Ha! Now!
My turn. Ha! We should keep going.
Okay. So, there must probably treasure over this way. Yeah. Seize it.
Now's our chance. Let's get him!
With pleasure. How about this? Down.
Here I go.
Ooh, we're gonna be able to banish them.
Ha!
Which is both good and bad. It's good because it's instantly, they're dead, but it's bad from the... I kinda want my XP.
Onward. Sia!
Because my understanding is you don't get
We should
XP
keep
if they
going.
get banished. Or you don't get XP for the ones that get
Oh
banished,
my.
rather.
What a lovely chest.
Speaking of banished, we just got another one for it, so... There's stuff over here.
Please, take care around that one.
Yeah, the giant shark alligator thing.
Sit! Watch out! This is a tough
I didn't
one.
get advantage. What? I call
With
shenanigans.
This won't take long. Shadow Six.
Here I go. All right, let's do this.
I'll
Understood.
double booster for her critical
Onward.
turn. Seems like a good idea.
Shatter. Now's our chance.
Here I come. Righto. Get him.
Ow.
Bad idea. May I?
That was an ouchie. I don't think we even need to do that.
Leave this to me. Sia! You still have a lot of training to do.
It's weird, I just sail through all the normal fights. And then I get to the bosses and it's like... Nope. Die a lot. Well, actually, it's pretty much just been the optional boss, but... I mean, the main story fight from last week definitely did give me a bit of trouble, so... Sure. Okay, so I'm guessing there's going to be chests both on that side. There's a lot of places I could hide chests here. And because I don't have that, that ornament, because I forgot to bring it, yeah, I'm just going to have to manually search them. Which is unfortunate. So it looks like the higher elements aren't here, so... I mean... we kinda stand out. Well, she seems confident, so... We already did the quest before we left, so that's not an issue.
Let's go, Lenny!
Oh, did I mistime
Very
that?
well.
Uh-oh.
This won't take long. Shadow dip.
Let's move.
Well, at least I made that work out, so they didn't get the critical turn.
Second form. Gale! Now!
Speaking of which, I think I finally figured out my issue as to why the bot wasn't recognizing follows and stuff and subs and all that good stuff, so...
Now's our
I think
chance.
that
Let's
issue
get
should be
him.
fixed,
May I?
so I won't accidentally not notice when people
How about this?
subscribe or anything anymore.
Down.
Let's move.
0 arts, okay.
Huh.
Righto!
My turn.
I mean, that miss was not ideal. That miss is also not ideal. How's it going, Andy? Just... Okay, what is this bird on?
With pleasure.
Yeah, can we please? Thank you.
Here I go! Don't mess with us!
Nobody wanted to hit the bird. That's good. Glad to hear it. I guess doing this side first makes the most sense. Alright, Snail, if you could turn around, that'd be great. Thank you.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
With pleasure.
It's nice when they're actually listening. I'm not used to that.
Let's
Look at all
move.
those status effects. That's pretty good.
All right, let's do this.
Understood! Righto! That's for you!
Onward.
Can I hit all 3? Yes.
Ah! They're off guard.
Here I come! Very well. That
Huh, that treasure chest looks really nice.
Hydro Cannon. That sounds pretty good. ATS Hydro Cannon. Okay, so it doesn't give any stat boosts. But it does seem pretty good. It's a Class S, so that's nothing to scoff at. Magic Evasion. I think I'll take that. Give him another offensive spell for the few turns when he actually attacks. Ooh, there's no chest over here. But there's items, so. Indeed. How's it going, Cross?
This spot looks perfect for fishing.
The game really wants me to fish, but no. I have to figure out which starter I'm going to take when the new Pokemon game comes out.
now's our chance! Let's smash them!
The struggle will be real, because I kind of struggle with that generation of which to pick. Oh, there's only one of them this time? Okay. We could just
My turn.
regular attack it to death. Although Reen missing, not a great start.
Leave this to me. Hey! They're off guard.
Here I come!
Fall.
Finish it? Thank you. Yeah, Turtwig's the way I'm leaning. Turtwig really is the way I'm leaning it, if I had to pick right now, but... Oh, Piplup? I think I got the name right.
Let's get him! Here we go. All right, let's do this!
Leave this to me!
With
Hello,
pleasure.
Edge, how's it going?
How about this?
If I die as much as I did last night, we're blaming Edge.
Yes, sir!
I mean, it's easier if everybody gets a different one, because then we could just get them all by trading. Sure.
Lemmy, give me a hand! Down you fall!
Yep, she's still broken.
Down you go!
And she just got all her CP back.
Yeah! Isn't this a surprise?
Edge is, so that would cover all three. Good, so then it doesn't matter what I pick, because you guys will all have the others. Well, that's easy. That takes the pressure off of me. You just get whatever ones I don't get from you guys.
Let's move.
Alright, that does, yeah, that makes sense. No, I can still blame you.
We mustn't tarry here.
Imagine if I played on Night Mode, though. Imagine how much I'd be hating myself if I had done that to me. Thankfully, it's saying it's for New Game Plus. It gave me a reason not to do that, not to do that to myself. So, because if it didn't say that, knowing me, I probably would have picked it. And then I'd hate myself even more.
The advantage is ours.
May I?
I know the day I started this, someone was like, oh, you could do it on, whatchamacallit,
How about this?
on the first playthrough. I mean, I know you can, technically, but it doesn't sound like a good
Here we
time.
go. Okay, it's safe for now.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he killed my sanity on hard, so that's the next logical step. Yeah, if anybody goes through this, I do not judge you playing on normal. Because, assuming it's not like normal super easy and hard's really hard, you know? Because I know some games are like that. It's either you have to pick to play on normal, which is pathetically easy. There's a chest there, so I have to go this way. Or hard, which is abundantly hard. And there's like no middle ground.
This will be over in an instant. May I?
At least I have Sharon being OP. Like, this party I have right now is pretty OP. So, I have that going for me.
My turn.
But the evil gorilla destroyed me even with this party, so, you know.
Now!
Yes, sir!
That works.
Get him! Now's our chance!
Got you!
Onward!
From 2D Mario easy to Conquer so hard. Yep.
Let's move. Now's our chance.
With pleasure.
So that you can move Gale makes Reen even more OP. Indeed.
Don't mess with us!
Great.
But nothing, nothing was OP against the gorilla, dude. But how's it going? Crap, there could be something there, couldn't there? I don't want to miss out on loot. Okay, there's not. We'll open these. Nothing, okay. But, knowing me, if I didn't check, there would have been something good there. I still wouldn't consider this Nocturne's level of hard yet. The gorilla was, but
Now's our chance.
overall,
Let's get him.
With pleasure.
Oh, nice, nice. I need to do that at some point too. I think these things have like a stupidly high evasion rate.
Second form. Gale!
1 for 3.
Now! You're finished!
Oh, I'm gonna get double countered, aren't I? 'Cause I missed 2 of the 3. Oops.
Righto!
Oh, the other one's out of range. Well, I lucked out there.
Get him!
Oh, Millium. You do a lot of damage, but when you miss, I'm sad.
My turn.
May I?
That wasn't great.
Yes, sir! There!
My turn.
Okay. Stop living. Thank you.
Keep going. I feel stronger.
I'm glad they're getting experience while not being in the party. Imagine if this was a P1 situation where only your active party members got XP. Oh man. I would hate life. Still a good game,
Oh,
but...
isn't this a pleasant surprise? There's a treasure chest here.
Oh goody. Alright, Cross calls me out for saving before these, so I'm not going to.
Bring it on!
Yeah.
My turn!
It's not a mechanic that ages well in that game.
Leave this to me.
The fact that they kept it that way in the remake still boggles my mind.
This won't take long.
Well, I mean, she hit one of them.
Shadow 6!
Active party only and dead get no XP. The glory days, yep.
Here I go!
If by glory days you mean the awful days. You know what? Screw it.
Come on, Lemmy!
Kill them all. I swear if you miss.
Dragon Breaker!
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you didn't stand a chance!
I mean, sure, that's the coward's way out, but I don't care. Ooh, that. Okay, okay. Damage of attacks and crafts raised. Oh. Okay. That's pretty good. Alright, Reen's got a new Master Quartz there. So that was worth it. I will gladly take that. Alright.
The advantage is ours.
Ooh.
May I?
2 critical turns. I will take it.
An opening.
It affects cord slots
My
too.
turn!
Bravery equals the goods. No, we never save again. I never said that. I never said that. Don't you dare put
let's
words
do
in my
this.
mouth, sir.
Leave this to me.
Yeah, I should check and make sure that the skills don't overlap, and I'm wasting slots. That'd be bad.
Good job!
Got you!
Leave this to me.
Oh yeah, just
You still have a lot of training to do.
okay. Let's see. So this one gives no arts. I just realized that. Okay. Well then, I didn't even read that part. So that's kind of weird, but still, it fits Reen a lot better than the previous one. Alright, now you can judge me, but we reached our goal, so I will save. And no amount of complaining will make me regret that decision.
Halt! Are you travelers?
You could say that, yes.
We came here from the Gram. Would it be possible for us to enter the city?
What, on foot? Not every day we see guys like you. Why didn't you just use the train?
Much as we would have liked to, the wait for the next one was simply too long. Thanks to the new regulations, there are hardly any trains running anymore. We found it was actually faster to come by foot.
Well, if you say so. You can enter, but we're going to need to check if any of you are on our wanted list first.
We still have reason to believe that there are people out there plotting against the Noble Alliance. We can't be too careful. Let's see. Where's that list?
This isn't good.
Emma, I know. Excuse me. Could I ask you to look into my eyes for a moment, please?
Huh? That's an odd request.
Okay, she's been ordered. This is not good. Abort. Abort.
What the?
Huh?
We're just common travelers, and we aren't on that list of yours. Which means we can pass, right?
Why are you still standing there? Go along inside.
Just don't go causing any trouble. Unless you want to find yourselves arrested.
Shadow Emma, yeah. That too.
Thank you very much. Shall we be going?
Yeah.
So yeah, she's kind of OP in actual lore. That's kind of great. There's a lot of times that would have come in handy in the last game, you know. Just saying, you could have used that previous times, you know. Would have been helpful. That was all episode 4. These are not the droids you're looking for, kind of situation. I mean, she could essentially get whatever she wants. I suppose that's true, but still, kind of OP. It's still crazy to me that this game was originally on the Vita. Like, that console deserved such a better fate than it got. Just a shame they didn't support it more, because it was such a good console. If you don't count the Switch, it still is probably like the best portable console. In terms of, like, potential, you know? But, how's it going, Zeppo? Hopefully you're doing well.
The Noble Alliance's advantage in this war remains overwhelming as always. Rufus has achieved much in his position as Chief of Staff as well. But the fact remains, that fool Cayenne is still the one with the most influence and power. Something must be done about this. But what? How?
So that was your line of thinking when you sent those Jaegers to Ymir, was it? You moved to take Princess Alphen into your custody and use her to replace Duke Cayenne as Supreme Commander of the Alliance.
Do you have something you want to say to me, Eustace? You seem very unhappy about the fact I sent him to the hometown of one of your classmates.
Not at all, Father. However, I do believe my brother also expressed disapproval of those actions. I humbly ask that you think twice before interfering with any neutral powers in the future.
And I would suggest you think twice before involving yourself in matters that are of no concern to you. Focus on the work you have been given, and leave me to do mine.
I apologize for speaking out of turn.
I must think of something that will allow me to seize his position. I can't allow that pompous halfwit to call himself the Alliance's Supreme Commander for a moment longer. I may need to reconsider how Rufus should be acting in his position as well.
Anything good, anything good. Tattoos would help. Not P2 yet. Gotta talk to you, gotta talk to you. You have attack 1. Yeah, they really do. Put another attack 1 on her. Check in our sword breaker. Another one of these. Fade 1 could be helpful. Okay, so throw mine 2. Attack 2. I think we're doing pretty good as far as skills. I might want to take shield 1 off and throw something else on here though. Burn could be good. You got impede 1. Got impede 1. You do not. Oh wait, yeah you do. I'm blind. Okay. So I think on that front I'm okay. Raising Rain's accuracy could be decent. Raising... I feel like she misses the most. So she might benefit from it more. So let's throw it on you, get your accuracy up. Having healing moves on you still got... Okay, I think I like this for the most part. I think this is pretty... relatively solid. But yeah, these games really do hold up. Like... they really don't need remakes or anything, in my opinion. That said, I would like to get some money. Okay, these would be nice. These would be very nice. Can anybody loan me some money? Yeah, anybody has a lot of money, this would be great. But I'm nowhere close to affording these. Rob and Noble, right? Preventing delay and vanish, though, is still pretty good. So I think I'll buy one of these. I'm not going to equip it right now, but it seems helpful. 4 gorillas should do. I don't even know if that would do it. How does Reen remember, like, all these minor characters? I'm guessing she's working here. Hey, good for me. Can you loan me some money so I could buy those equipment? That'd be very, very nice. I mean, wearing the uniform probably would make you stand out. We want all the people from that school. Oh, I'm just gonna go around the city wearing the uniform from that school. Okay. I mean, whatever works for you. Not how I would handle it, but... you know. I wonder if he's not a party member in this game. I mean, I don't know how we would sneak in there, but you know. Well, at the very least, we were able to come to the conclusion that I am indeed broke. The tailoring place might not be bad to stop in too. See if there's any equipment we could get. So I'm less, you know, squishy. That could be nice. That is not much. Defense goes down. I'm more worried about, I mean, speed's nice. But dying, you know, not dying is more important, I'd say. Hey, Paladin, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate that. Hopefully, your cast went well. There we go. Mario Party, nice, nice. I said hopefully that went pretty well for you. Okay, so I think I'll get one of these, throw it on Reen. Laura doesn't need it, so let's equip. Alright. Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. I still need to play that myself sometime. Buy 2 more. And throw that on. Yeah, that's the best. There we go. So I guess I could just sell the rest, right? I mean, it's not a ton of money, but take what I can get, you know? So at least I have some spending money still. And we're slightly less squishy, so all in all, that worked out. That said, where do we go? Probably the Noble District, I guess? I'm guessing that's the way to go here. Aha! I see the big red exclamation mark. I don't know how we'd get in. I mean, yeah, pretty much. And, in that case, where should we go? I need my exclamation mark.
Something wrong, Sharon?
Oh no, not at all.
What the heck was that supposed to mean? The hotel? We talked to this guy before. Ooh, shop. Oh, well, that's not great. Alright, well, you guys have not been very helpful. Alright, so I guess Station Street is the one spot we haven't gone to yet? Aha! I see the red exclamation mark. We now know where we're going. Ooh, more shops. So that's better for Reen. Fashion leggings. Strength plus 25, defense plus 25, and prevents freeze. Not shabby. So I can raise defense a bit, but attacking strength goes down and movement goes down. I don't think it's really worth that. I think I'm okay. Defense goes up by 20. Ooh, ATS goes down by 30. Defense, yeah, that is nowhere near worth it. Okay. Nowhere near worth it. Oh, that evasion thing. That could be somewhat worth it. It's only 5%. I'm gonna buy one. It could come in handy. Anyway. General goods. Probably could stand, I guess I'm actually kind of okay on these. 7, 8. Cure stat down. Those could come in handy. Alright. I think we're good. Oh yeah, I think that should cover it. There's more shops. There's a lot of shops here. Oh. Well, it's unfortunate. I am a poor boy. That would have been nice. Yeah. Would have been nice, but oh well. You have anything? Sure. Take them. Evasion +5. That's not too bad. I'll take it. I'm not gonna equip it right now, but it's good to have. And now I'm officially as broke as you can be. Indeed, person, you are here. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry for leaving her behind. Yep, pretty much. Well, I mean, at least if she could get some info that could be helpful, I guess. Asking somebody to not be hard on themselves rarely works, unfortunately. Alright, so now where do I go? Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful, because I literally had no idea where to go next. Yeah, being criminals and them being in a heavily guarded area probably isn't going to be that helpful. Hello, random people. Okay. A message? Head to the restaurant in the Central Plaza post haste. Ooh. Oh. It was useless. Got it. I saw the J pop up, and he's the only person I know with the J in their name. Alright, to the restaurant we go. That was in Central Plaza, right? Yeah. There it is. Alright, I have no money, so it doesn't make sense to shop. I mean, make your way to the airport? This is just running all over the city. I mean, I already did all my shopping, so I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Like I said, I already did all my shopping, so no worries. Doesn't look like there's anything around here. This place is still huge. The fact that this whole game fit on a tiny Vita card is kind of crazy. I said that earlier, but like, just when you look at all the stuff that's in this game, it really is kind of crazy. I'm afraid of heights. Another message. Lounge on the 3rd floor. Hopefully we're not flying anywhere, because again, don't like heights. Are we sure? Are we sure we could trust you? I like how there's just legitimately no security. This huge thing just has no security for some reason. I mean, yeah, but still huge. Is there loot? It's probably not loot, yeah. That wouldn't really make sense. This isn't a dungeon, so it doesn't make sense for there to be loot or anything. Alright, it could be a fight. So I'll throw down a save case. Although I'm kind of screwed because I can't go back, right? So.
You certainly took your time.
Oh. Yeah, so I figured it was. That one person let slip. So.
Eustace!
I suspected it was you.
How long did you intend to make me wait? I have wondered whether you would even bother to show up.
I think that's partly your fault for making us go through all that trouble to get to you.
There are eyes everywhere in this city. It would have drawn too much attention for you to come here directly. That was just my way of looking out for you. Perhaps you could try thanking me.
Okay, my turn! Aw, why'd you move out of the way?
Because you were trying to hug me, obviously.
Oh, come on. You know you want to.
At least you're well. That's what matters. It really is great to see you again, Eustace.
The same to you. I'm impressed you were able to overcome the many ordeals you've no doubt faced to make it this far. But should I be surprised, I wonder? I've always had high expectations of you.
I doubt I would have been able to come this far if not for everyone's help, though. Still, thanks, Eustace.
This means that all of Class 7 is finally together again, and I couldn't be more overwhelmed with joy. Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous part of making this happen. Thank you, Sharon.
I haven't the foggiest idea what Sharon is doing here, but I suppose it doesn't matter right now.
Eustace?
I've been kept abreast of your activities through the Noble Alliance's information network, so I'm well aware you've been fighting their forces across the land using that ash-colored knight of yours, as well as the fact that you've chosen not to ally yourselves with the Imperial Army, but instead fight as a third faction.
We're neutral.
Oh,
Has word of Valimar been getting around that much?
That said, I didn't arrange for us to meet like this just to see one another again. I did so that I could make the difference between our respective positions crystal clear.
What do you mean? I see. You have no intention of coming with us, do you?
What?
Huh?
You surely saw this coming. I'm the son of one of the most influential figures in the Noble Alliance. And as I imagine you're already aware, I've been assisting him and his provincial army in fighting this war.
Well, we know, but...
Is this what you believe to be your duty as a noble?
Meanwhile, my brother is acting as the Alliance Force's chief of staff, and as for my father, he was responsible for hiring Jaegers to attack Ymir, which is not only your home, but the home of all the kind-hearted people who welcomed me with open arms earlier in the year.
I mean, that's still not his fault.
I can only apologize. If I'd returned home earlier, then perhaps... No. I don't even have the right to do that much. Yet with that in mind, it should be clear that we can't go back to the way things were. The gulf between us is simply too vast to be filled. Our paths have parted. That is reality.
This can't be the only way.
It doesn't have to be like this, Eustace.
I will guarantee you safe passage out of the city. If you deem it necessary, I can even have you escorted out by car. However, once you're out, we can no...
Eustace. I can understand why you feel somewhat responsible for what happened in Ymir. I can understand why you, as an Alborea, feel as though certain things are inherently expected of you. Actually, I should probably tell you that Dad woke up the other day. All that's left is for him to get his stamina back now. He'll make a full recovery.
That's good news. I would have liked to pay him a visit myself. But, with circumstances as they are...
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I don't want that to be your reason for what you're doing.
Pardon?
What I want to know is what you want to do, and the path you want to take. If you want to help your family because you agree with the ideals of the Noble Alliance, I won't stop you. But if that's not what you want to do, if you're only helping because you feel like you have to for whatever reason, if you're doing it because you feel responsible for what happened to my dad, which, by the way, you aren't, or if you're doing it because as much as you want to come with us, you feel like you don't have the right to, then you're nothing more than a coward who's running away. And I don't believe that's how a real Erebonian noble should act. They should do what they believe is right, and do it with pride. If Dad was here now, he'd say the same thing.
Rean?
Yeah, this isn't like you at all.
We're only students, still learning more about the world around us. Alone, we don't have the experience or knowledge to go around proposing solutions to the conflicts in this country, not to the war going on around us, nor to the class divides that started it. But that's alone, and that's why I think we all need to come together as a class again. We're all inexperienced, but we all come from different backgrounds and social standings, and we each have unique experiences to share. It's only by pulling those together that we can overcome whatever life throws at us. It's worked for us during every one of our field studies. Why wouldn't it work now?
He's right, Eustace.
Indeed. Rean had to remind me of that too, you know.
It's always nerve-wracking for those of us who have to watch you pull crazy stunts all the time, I hope you know.
It certainly is.
I see my suspicions were dead on. No matter the circumstances, you've always been the one to blow away my hesitations.
Then you'll come with us?
Still, no matter what you say, I am an Alborea, and as such I have duties and responsibilities to fulfill. If you are determined not to back down, then we will have to settle this with a duel, just as you and Crow did 1 month ago.
A duel?
Follow me, Rean. Our destination is Aurochs Canyon. There we shall settle this matter once and for all.
I didn't see this coming.
Well, well. I wasn't counting on this. I'd only intended to gather information on the Crimson Wings, and yet here I am, bearing witness to such a compelling scene. I've no duty to report anything I see to Duke Alberea, but I suppose there isn't any harm in watching how things unfold.
Whatever.
Who are these people? Also
Do what you
Circa.
want. I don't care. I'll just go kill time in town or something.
Oh no! Not this time! You're coming with me, and that's that! I'm here to support you, not babysit you! You're the one with a number, not me! Try acting like it!
Fine, fine. What a pain.
You know every voice actor.
There's a familiar face among them, so this might not be a total waste of time.
So I'm pretty sure they're not enemies. Or at least that's my initial reaction. But, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That said, I have no idea who they are. It's just the impression I get.
Isn't this Angelica's bike?
I thought she entrusted it to you after she withdrew, Ring.
What in the world is it doing here?
I made use of my family's influence to have it brought here from the Academy. Since then, it's been left in the hands of a skilled mechanic, so it's been well maintained.
Damn it, Edge.
You will be riding that for our duel.
You mean our duel will be a race between me on this bike and you on that horse?
I don't believe
Partially. The finish line will be the plateau where we fought that monster during our field study. Once there, we shall begin a sword fight to determine the victor. Whoever arrives first will therefore have the advantage of more time to prepare.
I mean, what time to prepare is going to help with? We're not going to set mines.
Okay, I understand what we're going to do. So if I win, you're coming with us, right? You're not backing out?
Correct. In the unlikely event that you defeat me, I will concede and go with you. But know this, I've absolutely no intention of holding back. That bike of yours may have the advantage in terms of speed, but I know this area like the back of my hand. Do not expect this to be an easy battle.
Oh, I won't. I'll be coming at you with all I've got.
I would expect no less.
They're way too fired up about this.
We'll have to simply stand aside and see what unfolds.
Right. We'll go and take up places along the course to watch. In that case, I will signal when to begin. Rest assured, I wouldn't dream of giving either party an unfair advantage.
That works for me. How about you, Eustace?
Very well. Let's begin.
Alright. I don't remember the controls.
Here we go.
Leave him in the dust!
I won't let you down.
Okay, right, at least it expected me not to remember. R1 accelerate, L1 brake, L1 hold to... okay. Time to lose.
I'm ready, Eustace.
As am I. Now demonstrate to me the strength of your resolve.
All right. Take your positions, please. 3, 2, 1. Begin!
Run!
Good luck, you two!
Why is this horse faster? This is some bull.
Oh, he's here! Come on, Lammy, let's go after him!
You stay where you are.
Okay, now I'm winning. This is good. I don't know where I'm going, though.
Take a left here.
Oh, well...
Use this path here. Everyone's really into this.
Okay, this thing does not turn well. Oh. I can
3,
restart, okay.
2, 1. Begin!
Attempt number 2.
Good luck, you two!
At least I know that turn's coming
Oh,
up.
he's here! Come on, Lammy, let's go after him!
You stay where you are.
Take a left here.
Use this path here.
Okay.
Everyone's really into this.
I knew what to expect this time. I win! Totally first
Yes,
try.
I won.
Your performance was admirable, I'll admit.
What's my
The
advantage?
advantage is mine, Eustace. Let's settle this once and for all.
No matter, a handicap like this will hardly pose a problem for me. Come at me, Reen!
Let's do this!
Come at me with all you have!
Here I go!
One-on-ones are not easy.
Alright, let's do this!
Now's our chance! Don't let it pass!
Oh, okay, he can buff. Okay, that's great.
Be gone!
Okay, this is
My turn.
fair.
Here I go!
Delay him. This is
I
going
won't give
well.
up!
Be gone!
Okay, this is
Here I
not
go.
good.
Alright, let's do this!
I'm gonna try to cheese this.
I won't give up!
Because that's like the one I have at this point.
Gather on my blade!
If this doesn't finish him, then I think I lose. Okay, it worked. We're good.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Winning due to blind luck, I'll take it. That was legitimately the only hope I had.
Looks like I win this one.
I should have expected no less. It's hard to believe how much your swordsmanship has improved in such a short period of time.
Don't sell yourself short, Eustace. If I'd held back even a little, I'd be the one kneeling on the ground right now. Your skills really shone through, both in the race and our duel.
I can't pretend to have held back either. The victory is well and truly yours, Reen.
Reen! Eustace!
Are you both all right?
Oh, hey guys.
Reen! Eustace!
Well, who won?
The verdict should be plainly obvious.
Yeah, I managed to scrape through. It was pretty close, though.
Was it?
Does that mean you'll come back with us?
I fought with all my might. I performed to the very best of my abilities, holding nothing back. And even then, I couldn't compare to your strength and resolve. With that, I have no more reservations. The path I should take is the same as yours.
About time. We're happy to have you with us, of course. We'll find the answers we seek together. And together, we'll bring Crow back too.
You can count on me. Starting today, I am a member of Class 7 once again. I'll show my father and brother just how I believe one bearing the name Alberea should live.
I still don't think I'm going to use you that much, though.
Ah, the sight of budding male camaraderie. I feel embarrassed just watching you two.
There's nothing to feel embarrassed about. This is just part of how we are as a class.
There are some things you learn only by directly confronting those you care about. I know this much from experience.
Congratulations on reuniting nearly everyone in Class 7. I suppose now is the best time to start thinking about what to do next.
I wouldn't celebrate your paltry victory just yet.
Who was that?
Up there.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was wrong.
Who are they?
One of them is wearing armor.
Oh dear.
Good day to you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. I'm afraid I've come to thoroughly put a damper on your reunion. I hope you don't mind.
She knows us?
Just who are you?
Well, at least one among you should already be familiar with me. But it wouldn't hurt to introduce myself for the benefit of the others. I am a lady after all. My name is Duvalie. I'm the head knight of the Stahlritter, an esteemed group led by Ouroboros' 7th Anguis in all her glory. And it is by her order that I have come here today.
You're with Ouroboros?
So the Steel Maiden sent you, did she?
Looks like our luck just ran out.
Might I ask if the Stahlritter is somehow related to the Eisenritter? The name is eerily similar. Even their only difference in name is related, with iron and steel being two metals.
Oh, you're the Arseid, aren't you? Are you curious? I'll bet you are. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Pardon?
Does it bug you? Does it? Your curiosity is going to build and build and eat away at you until you can't even sleep at night.
Okay, there's no way she's a villain. Like, right?
Sucks to be you.
Is she really with Ouroboros?
I'm not quite that curious. I wouldn't want to pressure you into discussing something you aren't comfortable sharing.
Hold on a minute. There's no point in pretending you don't care. I know full well you do.
She literally is Marie from Persona 4 Golden.
She
It's
doesn't
the same
act like
character.
it, but there's no doubting she's extremely powerful.
Indeed, she may not be an enforcer, but not for lack of skill. Although the power of the man beside her is even more frightening.
Leaving that aside for the moment, I've already introduced myself. It's only proper for you to do... Ugh! Why are you still up there? Get down here right this instant!
What do you need me for? You can handle him just fine yourself.
Oh, for goodness sake! You're supposed to be number 1! Would it kill you to even put the tiniest bit of effort into your job?
Number 1?
I'm calling. This is my prediction. She's a party member at some point.
And he's an enforcer just like Sharon and Phantom Thief B.
Indeed. I happen to be number 9. An enforcer's number is not in any way indicative of their combat prowess. But by coincidence, his may actually be so. He's easily among the strongest in Ouroboros. Perhaps even the strongest.
Never tried fighting steel to see which one of us gets the top spot, though. That race before was kind of fun to watch, so let's see what you got.
I'm gonna die.
The name's McBurn. Some call me the almighty conflagration. And talk is cheap. I hate conversations that just drag on and on. So let's skip to the good part, okay?
The power radiating from him is incredible.
What are those flames?
My swift swordsmanship was taught to me by my illustrious lord, the Steel Maiden. And you haven't a chance in hell of withstanding it.
I've gone to the trouble of coming down here. Do me a favor and try lasting a minute before you call it quits.
Your arrogance will be your undoing.
Give them everything you've got.
Of course!
Don't die too easy on me now.
Oh no.
Draw your weapons.
You can take a little heat.
Very well.
Okay.
This won't take long. Shadows.
Well, I missed the note.
Attack.
Got you!
3,000 damage, okay.
My turn.
Not a fan.
All right, let's do this.
Leave this to me!
This. Very well. I leave this to you.
I'll try at least.
How do I want to do this? Yeah. And then... yeah, okay, I know what I'm gonna do.
Keep it up, everyone.
Behold the might of the Archsage School! Radiant Wall!
Did decent damage.
May I?
Okay. 3 plus 25.
How about this? Now!
I'll get you up.
Still gonna wait.
It's my turn.
How should I handle this?
Listen to my song of healing.
I want to double buff
You have my
defense,
thanks.
but
Let's move.
staying alive just
All
gotta
right,
take
let's
precedent.
do this.
Leave this to me!
With pleasure. How about this? Down!
Oh, that's not great.
My turn.
I get to go again. Right.
I leave this to you.
I'll take it from here.
Heal 1.
Arthur's activate! Ha! You have my thanks.
Ow.
How nice. May I? How would you all like some tea?
Okay, get rid of the freeze.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Although her burn's still not great.
Keep it up, everyone.
Double boosted defense should help. Everybody getting burned though is really not helpful.
Of course. Sorry
Alright,
for the trouble. Come on, Lammy. Get him! How are you still standing?
Here I go.
She's on range. Hold
All
on,
right,
it's fine.
let's do this.
Leave it to me.
With pleasure.
Is there any... No. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. That's not worth it if I can't get everybody.
How about this? Outchat! With me, everyone!
All right!
Understood!
Some critical turns coming up soon would be nice. I don't like everybody getting burned.
How nice!
Okay,
Not nice.
keep it up, everyone.
One debuffing is also not nice. And I
Very
don't
well.
approve.
How about this?
Turn to ash!
Ow. Double ow.
Righto!
Right.
Get him!
I won't give up!
Yeah, if I don't heal Green here.
Yeah!
Oh, okay. He's okay.
It's my turn.
Great.
Arcus activate. Cut.
Thanks! How about some of this?
Very well.
Crap. I want to heal Reen, but I gotta heal Reen.
How would you all like...
I'll just hope it doesn't do too much damage,
Thanks.
which is probably asking for a lot. Oh, that not good. Jeez.
Sorry, everyone.
It one hit killed? Okay. I didn't think it one hit kill. Ooh. That's not good.
Yeah!
I didn't realize it'd be that much.
You have my thanks. Righto!
Alright. We gotta give everybody up.
That's for you!
Thanks.
How nice!
I'm sorry.
Well, that was rude.
Let's move! Yeah!
Thanks.
With pleasure.
So she can heal one person.
Here I go.
Thanks.
Okay, that probably went about as well as it could have.
Here I go! Get him! With pleasure.
Right.
Arcus activate.
My turn! Alright, let's do this!
Okay, gotcha!
And there's no critical turns in this fight, and it's making this a lot harder than I would like it to be.
Sorry, can you handle this?
I'll take it from here. Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent shell.
If I get one of them down, it'd make this a lot better.
How nice.
You can take a little.
Oh, that's bad. What just happened?
Come on.
Oh, right! I did the thing! The thing worked out! Big brain! Yeah, that's totally why I did it.
How would you all like it? It will only take a moment to cool.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Here I
I mean, I mostly did it for the defense buff, but it did save me, so we're just gonna go with it. Can she survive? What? Probably not. No dying, please.
You have my thanks.
Come on.
May I?
Please.
Here I go.
Alright. Double speed buff. We should get a lot more turns now.
Here I go. Get him.
Oh, that's not good, right?
Let's move. All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me. Of course.
Okay.
Oh, Moon, shield us from harm. Crescent shell.
In case he decides he wants to do that again. Which, he did decide he wanted to immediately do it again.
Very well.
Right, I'll save yours for right now. I think we're okay for this turn.
Arcus activate. With pleasure.
I don't need to do that. You know what?
How about this?
Come on.
Well, that's like the last thing I want to happen there. We're missing. There's just seriously not going to be another. Crap.
You have
Right.
my thanks.
I can at least take her out, and it makes my job a lot easier.
This is impossible.
One down.
Turn to ash.
Oh, okay.
Could I? I'm done for. Of course.
Okay. Great. So is my entire party.
Blessing of the moon. You have my thanks.
Why is he spamming?
Come on. Could I?
What the hell?
I'm sorry, everyone.
What was that? Oh, it was scripted. Okay. It's not winnable. Okay.
Is that really what you call everything you got?
This can't be happening.
How can they be so strong?
I've never fought anyone so strong in my life. Not by a long shot.
I didn't expect we would have a chance against him head on.
We were able to knock that knight down at least.
Ugh! I believe I lost to mere students. And of course, one of them had to be an Arsate. This is so humiliating!
Oh, give me a break. Were you even trying? I thought you beat Luve once. Hard to believe with that sorry sight of a fight.
I did. Granted, he won the other 99 or so battles.
Okay, yeah, she's 100% ditching them. She's gonna be a party member. I'm calling it.
And I was! I simply slipped, that's all.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. If you haven't noticed yourself, I'm not gonna be the one to tell you. If you haven't, it's probably not much anyway.
Huh? What do you...
Anyway, I'm out of here. You can take care of handing him over to the Duke.
You can't possibly be serious! You won't help even a teensy bit? It's a little much to handle all by myself.
Nah, I'm tired of this already. Maybe if one of them could seriously give me a run for my Mira, I'd consider it, but...
One run for your Mira coming right up.
Huh?
It couldn't be.
She finally made it.
Huh?
Where did that come from?
Oh!
Nice.
Looks like I was right to hurry. I wasn't expecting to find you fighting monsters of this caliber.
You're... Instructor Sarah?
Literally at the last second.
Sorry for the wait. But don't you worry your pretty little heads none. Now that I'm here, I won't let them lay a finger on you. How could I call myself your homeroom teacher if I did?
Thanks.
You're the Purple Lightning, aren't you?
Huh. Hey, I've heard of you.
Oh yeah, nice timing!
I don't know what to say.
Was this your doing, Eustace?
I used a secret channel to contact her. She was to be our insurance if things took a turn for the worse.
Really?
I'm delighted to see that you're well, Lady Sarah.
Thanks, I guess. Still, looks like you've been fighting some of your old pals for the sake of my kids. And I can give credit where it's due. Thanks.
Ugh. Do you seriously want to keep fighting? Surely you don't believe you'll win because you're an A-rank bracer.
You ask me, this is more like it. Not like there are any towns nearby I can burn down, so maybe it's time I stopped holding back.
Thanks, I hate it.
Stay away from him.
These are just like...
Hold on a moment! I know I said I wanted help, but I'd rather you didn't set me on fire in the process.
What the devil are you doing up there?
The hell?
That sounds like...
Isn't that Duke Albarea?
Father? Or no?
Lord Eustace. Eustace, what is the meaning of this? You dare to leave a letter like that and simply disappear? Have you gone mad?
Letter?
Hey, Duke, you mind staying out of this? I was getting all fired up there before you came and ruined everything.
Silence! This has nothing to do with you. I will not stand for behavior like this, Eustace. You will do as I say. Your selfish actions will smear mud on the good Albarea name. Is that what you want?
My intentions are as I outlined in the contents of that letter. I intend to walk my own path with my classmates at my side. I have no wish to dirty the Albarea name. On the contrary, I wish to find for myself how I should live as one who bears it.
Eustace.
What is this drivel? I always knew what a mistake it was to accept you into this family. Come forth, Knights of Kreutzen!
Oh, now he's gonna try to murder. Okay, everyone wants us dead. This is good.
Oh boy, here comes trouble.
These must be the soldats from Oryx Fort.
I don't recognize that one either. It must be a new model.
Yeah, there goes any interest I had left. Have a blast. See ya.
You always be so indifferent!
They can teleport. Since when can they teleport?
Rean!
Right.
Looks like it's your turn to shine.
Then...
Are you gonna call Valley?
No matter the results, we can't turn back. Take care, Master Rean.
I like how Million has nicknamed it now.
Valimar, the Ashen Knight!
Acknowledged.
An ash-colored knight? Huh. So that's the foul fiend that caused trouble for the soldiers from the Twin Dragons Bridge.
Oh, so that's the Ashen Knight?
The very same Great Knight that fought near Trista at that.
And I can sense even more mana coming from it now than I could then.
Its form is most impressive.
If we take him captive, don't we win the war? Or at least close to it?
Go forth, my knights! With them in our custody, the top spot in the Alliance is as good as mine. Show them the terrifying strength of the newest addition to our army!
Yes, Your Grace.
That one looks tough. Heavily armored, too. But I'm sure Valimar can take it.
Right! I'm counting on you, Valimar!
Understood.
Alright, you ready?
I don't get to go first. This is rude. Unapproved. Ow. Okay, what can you do? Impenetrable, okay. I think... What do I want for this?
You're up!
I'll try at least. Try this!
Ow. Double ow. Cool, I get to go twice.
It's working! Keep it up!
Okay! Sorry, can you handle this?
Understood.
Alright, let's do the thing. Ouch. Oh, that did a painful amount of damage.
That's it! Just a little more!
When will I go again? Okay.
Bring it on!
Onward!
Alright, well that plan worked out.
Great, just one more.
I don't know, let's try this. Nope.
Leave this to me.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Allow me.
Bring it on!
So this well plan comes together.
Leave this to me. Take this.
Let's go, Bobby. Alright, check on arms, I guess. Crap, well I can't do it again. Hopefully this doesn't do too much. Yeah, it did a decent amount. Could have been worse though.
My turn.
So far so good though, I'm not doing too shabby. Ow.
This is bad.
We're fine. I mean, probably. I don't get what part.
It's working. Keep it up.
Onward.
I'll be okay for right now. What part is it supposed to be? Not great.
Bring it on! Gotcha!
Leave this to me.
I want to keep my strength boosted. I'm still doing okay-ish on health. Although that's gonna take a bit of it now.
Gotcha!
My turn. Allow me.
This is a different stance, but I still haven't figured out what it's pointing to. There we go, finally.
Gotcha!
That's it.
Leave this to
a
me.
little more.
Oh, I have no choice but to charge this turn. So rip my strength increase after this. Can't guard counter. Take the lead. Body again? Nope. I swear that has the same stance though.
Onward.
You're not out yet. Keep going.
Gotcha! Let's go!
Go for three.
Leave it to me!
And now we die.
Dragon Blade.
Victory is mine.
That was a good one.
This can't be happening. How can our new Soldat be defeated? Damn
You think he's ready, Celine?
He should be.
Rean!
Give us a hand, Emma! We're going to open the spirit path!
Right!
A transportation spell?
Time to make our escape!
Wait! Eustace! You can't leave like this! I won't allow it!
Farewell for now, Father. Please give my regards to Rufus as well. It is my dearest wish that you won't repeat the mistake you made with Ymir a second time. Arno, might I ask you to return the horse I borrowed to the mansion?
As you wish, Lord Eustace.
Wait! Wait, I say! That is an order, Eustace!
He's like, I'm out. I mean, it's pretty clear we're not going to be joining the noble side, so... I mean, the little knight wasn't that troubling, but the other dude, yeah, the other dude was rough, putting it mildly. That's putting it very mildly. We survived. Nobody died. Well, I mean, that's a good sign. Will I actually get to use the full party going forward, though? That'd be nice. I'm curious how the other people were able to teleport, though. Because, I mean, it's hard for us to, and then they just did it like it was nothing. Matured is a strong word. Wait, how'd the bike come with us? What? Well, that's convenient. Why wasn't the horse? But hey, we got Sarah in the party, so that's pretty hype. Rean can basically use overdrive with anyone. Ooh, cool. Well, that could definitely come in handy. Look how large our party is.
Welcome home, Rean. I see you were able to find the rest of your classmates.
Yeah, this is everyone.
It sure wasn't easy, but we managed.
I'm just glad we made it back at all. It's nice that we found everybody, though.
Indeed.
Regardless, we wouldn't have been able to make it here if not for you all coming to find us. Thank you.
And naturally, that goes for you too, Celine.
Yeah, whatever.
It's good to see you guys again.
The winds must have been on your side. It sounds like there was some trouble along the way, but you came back, and that's all that matters. I can't say I'm surprised to find you're in good health, though. Ill weeds grow apace, after all.
I could say the same about you. Given how useless you are at anything you can't learn from a book, part of me expected we would next meet with you behind bars. Again.
Shots fired.
It hasn't even been 30 damn seconds and I already want to kill you.
While I'd expected you to come back with your classmates, I didn't think you'd come back with Sarah, too. Not that anything had ever happened to you, of all people.
Thanks, I guess.
It certainly has gotten lively around here.
It sure has. You're looking a lot better, Dad.
I'm still a ways from being back to my old self, but I'm finding it a lot easier to walk around. Toval and Captain Claire have kindly been handling both the village's security and correspondence with the other regions, which means I can focus on my health.
We're not doing anything special, really.
We're just glad that you've been getting better.
That's not true at all. You've done so much for us, I don't even know where to begin thanking you. And Reen, I want you to know that we're both so proud of what you've accomplished. It couldn't have been easy coming this far, but you did it. You should hold your head high.
Thanks, Mom. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to do any of it alone. It was only possible because everyone was with me.
Well, I think we've been standing out here long enough. I've had rooms prepared for you all at the Phoenix Wing, so go ahead and rest there.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that where we stayed during our last visit?
That's the one. I imagine you must all be exhausted after all that's transpired in the past few days.
The open-air bath's finally been repaired, too. If you get the chance, you should enjoy a nice, relaxing bath after all your hard work.
So more free time. Huzzah! I will save. Huzzah! It is all ours. But I'm guessing this means we're gonna have more free time, and I won't make the same mistake as last time, hopefully. We got everyone back, and we're by ourselves. Seems about right. I'm sure something else bad will happen, though, so... And yet, she is still kidnapped. Sadly. I mean, we can't stay neutral, I don't think. Are we really even a team? We're more like a small army at this point. Well, this is a tough choice. I mean, I was most hype about Claire because I wasn't expecting her to be a party member. But I was also thrilled that Millian's back because she's broken. And Emma was awesome from the first game, so... I don't know if this is an important decision or not. But... I guess if I had to pick one, I would say I was the happiest. I mean, Claire was, by what it's asking, the strongest impression, so. I mean, for me, it's more surprising that she was a party member, but.
Rean?
What?
Captain Claire? I didn't think anyone else would come here so late at night. Sorry, I'll get out now.
No, you don't need to do that. You were here first, after all. Truth be told, I didn't think anyone else would be here so late either. Still, while a meeting like this may purely be a coincidence, it could also be a good chance for us to sit and have a nice talk. Regardless, it's pretty cold out here, so I'm getting in before I get any colder.
Okay.
Well, this was unexpected.
The open-air baths in the middle of winter are wonderful, aren't they? I'm usually one to settle for a quick shower, but this is so relaxing that I can barely bring myself to get out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's my favorite time of the year to relax in the springs, too. That aside, I mean, it's an honor to have the chance to share the spring with a lady like you, but...
There's no need to be so flustered. It wasn't all that long ago that I was a Thor student myself, you know. Just think of me as another classmate. And fellow classmates help wash each other's backs. So how about it? Would you like me to help wash yours?
No, that's quite all right. And besides, underclassmen are the ones who are supposed to help wash the upperclassmen's backs, so that makes no sense. I mean, not that I specifically want to or anything, I just,
Well, this went well.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be teasing you like this, should I? Not when I stayed in to offer you my congratulations.
Thank you? May I ask what for?
I think you've earned it after all you've done. I've been impressed by you time and time again ever since we met. You were able to survive the terrible battle in Trista. You braved the many challenges you've had to face since, and you were able to reunite with your classmates, like Milliam. That they are all gathered together here is a testament to your efforts, Rean.
I think you're giving me too much credit. It was only thanks to everyone's support, yours included, that I was able to do anything at all.
Please. I barely did anything to aid you at all. And I don't think I'm giving you too much credit. Class 7 is only how it is because you're the one at its center. They all believed that you would rise up and fight. And that's why each and every one of them are here today. You should be proud of what you've achieved, Rean. Rean? I'm sorry, did I say something strange?
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing at you. It just finally hit home that everything Elise said was true. I had no idea that everyone was thinking of me as much as they were, or that so many people were looking out for me. It just made me realize all over again how blind I've been all this time. So I couldn't help but laugh at myself.
If laughing at yourself helps, then by all means. But I don't think you need to beat yourself up over it. Still, it wouldn't hurt to always keep those thoughts at the back of your mind in the future. You've forged many amazing friendships since all this began. And they're not the kinds that can be easily broken. That goes for me, too.
I'll be sure to always remember. Now that Class 7 is together again, I'm sure we'll be able to go back to the Academy one day. As long as we don't give up, I know we can make that a reality. Both for ourselves and for the people who have supported us in getting this far.
That's the way. And I'll be right there with you.
Well, considering I abandoned her, that wasn't the worst decision I've made. So, having her up to rank 3 is actually, I wasn't doing it for strategical reasons, but it kind of worked out that way. So I won't complain. Hey, free time. Alright, remember, this time Laura, Emma, Eustace, and Sarah have 2 bonding events each that can be viewed at... Ooh. Right, well, 7? I have 7 points. Okay. Right. Well, while I think about what to do, I'm gonna go to the slopes first. Because there's probably a new one open. And I need time to think about what I'm gonna do. So it serves 2 purposes. Yep. Oh, I missed one last time. Okay. 23, 25, 18. Okay. Let's do it. Barely. Oh crap. Okay. Still got it. Oh, that's all good. Okay, but I think we're still doing okay. I think all is still good. Am I gonna make it in time? I did it!
I did it!
Woo! Hair. I mean, don't judge. Don't. Look at this. Look how many characters we have. Like, jeez. This is kind of crazy. Like, it literally is a small army. Anyway. Oh. I mean, breath is kind of nice, I guess. It's not that useful, though. Alright, here we go. 58 seconds. Time to beat. Yeah. If they keep adding to it, that's really gonna be wild. Oh, I completely missed that one. Oops. Well, no room for error now. How the hell? Oh, I'm screwed. I don't think there's any way I'm gonna complete this now, but seeing it should help. Five seconds. Oh, I missed another one. I would have been... I'm kind of glad I missed too many because
It wasn't so great.
I would have missed it by 0.02 seconds, and that would have been upsetting. so that made it less upsetting at least. And I already missed. Okay, retry. Yeah, that was just bad. Like that was embarrassing. Okay. Barely. Alright, we're good so far. Oh, crap. Okay, well, that's the one I can miss. That's the one I can miss. We're still okay. But no room for error. No room for error. Ah, there we go.
I did it!
Legitimately no room for error. Well, ooh, new board. Select board on course menu is now available. Difference is purely cosmetic. Okay. Okay, let's get everyone equipped first. Which would be at the souvenir shop. So alright, I'm still broke. Oh, I didn't get any. Well, not great. Alright, let's look at all the stuff we've got. Who still needs upgrades? Level 1. You still need to be upgraded. Okay. You're good. You're good. So, at least everybody's at level 1. Cool, so everybody's at level 1 at least. Which means I can start going for level 2s. Maybe. Dang, these are expensive. I'm gonna hold off. Anything new, anything new. Attack 2. Some evade ones. I'm gonna need some more impedes, that's for sure. Get a couple of those. Alright. Let's try to equip the new party members, shall we? Let's start with her, because I think I'm going to use her more. Speedbreaker, attack 2, defense 2. Okay. 2 greens. Breath is pretty good. Medium heal, I'll put Holy Breath, that's actually pretty good for her. An evade 1 on her is a good idea. What else? What else? What else? Dragon Vision, it's not too bad. Throw an impede on her for sure though. What else could be good? Kinda like Dragon Vision. Throw that on her. Which leaves us with Eustace here. Vanish is fine for that spot. Impede is good. Grab an attack 2 for him, and whatever else I think. So an attack 2 and maybe an evade 1. That could be decent. And attack. Don't have enough for attack 2. Gotcha. In that case... Burn could be decent. But I don't have enough for that either, so never mind. Fort's actually pretty decent. Why does everything good have to be... Freezes. I have a lot of this too. So that could be a good way to go. Let's go freeze. So, evade 1, freeze. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable, I'd say. Cover HP / HP through that. That's pretty good. So, I'm kind of happy with how I've got everybody at the moment. She's now the highest level, I think. Yeah. Now comes the moment I've been putting off. Who do I spend these bonding times with? There's so many, it's on 2 pages. I feel like Sarah, for sure. Sarah, Claire, I'm gonna use a lot. Sharon's broken, so I'm gonna use her a lot. Yeah, okay. Let's start with the ones I know I'm doing for sure. Well, sure. I think the most he ever had at once was 3 in the first game. Kinda crazy there's 7 this time. Sweet cooking time. Before we knew she was a trained assassin. Huh? What? I'm pretty sure that's the case. 7 years? Dang. I mean, whatever works. Right. Ooh, Link level 3. Very nice. Okay, so I guess I'm going with my strategy that I used in the first game, which was more or less whoever I'm going to use the most, focus on them. So I know for a fact that I'm going to be using both of these two, so this is non-negotiable. I mean, that's pretty in line with her character. She doesn't even care which side we pick. Well then. She really just speaks her mind. I mean, that's nice for her. That's a very valid point. I mean, she's not necessarily wrong. Like, she was adopted? I guess? There you go. Way of thinking about it. Well, she got over that quick. Typical Millium fashion, yeah, that sounds about right. 92 away. And Claire's obviously one. So we'll be down to 4 after this. Ooh, pool. I suck at pool. I like it, I just suck at it. Rean doesn't get a turn. Fury wins. Pretty much. I mean, it didn't matter how good of a player you are if you don't get a turn. Huzzah! Rean is now a master pool player. Anything can be mastered in one cutscene. Yeah, apparently. I mean, that's a fair point. Well, what? Well, that happened. Way to make it awkward, Rean. Way to make it awkward. Alright. So, alright. Is this working now? That's very true. So, now comes more of the hard part. Laura's very good. I only got 4 left. Man, there's so many though. Ugh. I feel like Sarah for sure needs to. But that'd take 2 more slots, right? Because she has 2, I think. Then Emma and... Emma and Laura, maybe? It's like Sophie's Choice. But Sarah for sure. Let's do hers first. Wherever she is. Aha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be using her quite a bit, so... That didn't take long. I don't even know how to begin to pronounce that. I mean, that's a good point. That's hard imagined. To be fair though, it was only like a month. I mean, barely. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Oh boy. I mean, I guess that's how we should have expected it to go. Woo! Deadly assist, powerful strike. Sweet. So, I can spend another point on her. She's level 3. I could get her to 3.5. Was that really necessary? Hey Yoshi, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, I do appreciate it. Let me... There we go. Ooh, Melody of Memory. Hopefully that went well for you. Ooh. Well, I have 3 left. If I don't think I'm gonna do Sarah's again though. Oh, nice. Glad to hear it went so well. Yeah, let's... I think balancing it out is the right way to go here. No, not you. Chart. Okay, there we go. Yeah, from what I've seen, that game's pretty difficult on Proud. And I'm bad at rhythm games, so... A shop? Yeah. Yeah, I bet. I wonder what all the secrecy is about. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. There we go. OP idea. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I believe she's what we call a tsundere. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's probably true. True. Rome wasn't built in a day, right? That's the saying, I think. Woo! So it's the same issue with her. She has another one. I think balancing it out is the way to go here. Yeah, I think balancing it out is the way to go. Okay, I got 2 left. Alyssa and Fee, or... Then again, Lord... I hate making decisions like this. This is rough. But was she outside? I thought she was... Oh, upstairs. I mean, she has a good point. I don't know who I'm going to spend the last point on, though. Probably Fee, but then again, Elliot is really used... I don't know. I mean, I would have no idea, so... I'm always amazed by people who are good with tech, because I'm really, really not. Well, I mean, that's a good way to look at it, so I agree. It doesn't even look like it's snowing right now, though. Okay, yeah, they totally knew each other when they were young. That's where this is leading. Yep. Hey, I called it. Good for me. Well, good. I mean, I called something at least. We'll see if I'm right about the other predictions I made, but hey, at least I got one of them right. One left. Where are Elliot? Fee's already at 3.5. Fee's already in a good place, so I don't think I need to worry. Okay, so Elliot... Elliot or... Who's Elliot? Is he at rank 3 with anybody? He's with Fee, okay. And that's it. She's only rank 3 with Ring. Oh no, she's 4 with Alyssa, so that helps. She's rank 4 with Million. I'm trying to just think about here, like, who I compare with who. She's ranked 4 with all. So my party, if ideally, would be like Sharon, Millium, and Sarah, I guess? So I guess that could work, maybe. Ugh. Okay. I don't know if that really helped me closer to make a decision. I think, though, Fee's in a good place, so it rolls Fee out. So I think it has to be Elliot. It has to be Elliot for the last one, I think. Then again, Laura's really good too. It sucks, but I think it has to be Elliot. Because, like, at rank 3, auto tier is pretty good. So that could be worth it. Anger sometimes restores 50 of own CP when partner is attacked. That's even better. That is legitimately even better. 50 of own CP when partner is attacked. Laura wins. That's too good. That is legitimately too good to pass up on. Like, so, yeah. That's my decision. What? Sweet. Tea is very hit or miss for me, though. Some tea is really good, and others is like, yeah. I mean, it does make sense, but... Alright. So, that helps at least. All in all, I think I did okay. We got most people up to rank 3-ish, at least the ones I'm planning to use. So Rean could pretty much link with anyone right now, and get away with it reasonably well. So I think maybe I did okay. Keyword is maybe. Guess I'll save, because that was a lot we did, in case there's a power outage or something. So, I will do that. Okay, I have no bonding moments left, right? Okay, I didn't think so, but I want to double check. Well, this should be interesting. Ooh.
Oh, you went up a rank. Here's a little something from the guild.
Cool. Braveheart, nice.
Nice work. You did alright, I guess.
So that's another rack down.
I thought long and hard about it, and I think we as a class need to find a third way. A path of our own, separate from the ones the reformist and noble factions are taking.
We can't fight both sides at once, though.
A third way, you say? I do agree. It wouldn't feel quite right for us to directly support either side.
True. We might be military academy students, but we're still students.
Involving ourselves in a civil war isn't something we should take lightly. We might have a divine knight on our side, but we're still going to need to be very careful how we proceed.
Whatever we do, Valimar will certainly be at the center.
No doubt. We've all seen how powerful the Divine Knights are. If we use them right, we can intervene in the war as much as we want.
They're quite literally beings of legend. However, his potential influence on the war is all the more reason why he will need to be used cautiously.
What are we gonna do then? Even if we agree on not siding with either of the factions, I'm pretty sure each of us have different stuff we want to do, and different things that we have to do too.
Yeah, that's true. For my part, I need to rescue Elise and Princess Alphen from the Noble Alliance's clutches. Whether it's alone or with you guys, it's something I'll do.
There's no way you'll be alone for that. We're with you all the way. I'm concerned about Dad too, what with them having him under arrest.
I still can't get in contact with Fiona either. I'm glad I was able to see Dad. I'm worried about her.
For me, I'm worried about Ruhr as a whole.
It's a huge relief to see you're alright, Sharon, but Mother's still unaccounted for.
I'm sorry I can't do more to comfort you, my lady.
And I have no idea where Father's been for the past month. I'm certain he must be well, but all the same.
We're all worried about our families, I see. Hopefully, we can find some information on all of them before the fighting gets any more fierce.
I'm certainly not worried about the safety of mine. Although, suffice it to say, if we choose to intervene in the war, conflict with them is all but inevitable.
That goes for Zeno and Leo, too. They've been hired by the Noble Alliance, so I'd say it's likely we'll run into them in the future.
Plus, Emma and I still need to talk to Vita to see what exactly she's trying to do. To figure out what's so important to her that she was willing to break a taboo to do it.
That's true.
Whatever you decide to do, you'll have my full support. Just as the warriors of Nord did 250 years ago, I'm determined to fight to protect my second homeland, and those who live within it.
Oh, same! We can do this! I can back him up, right, Claire?
How could I say no? I have my own duties to take care of as part of the Railway Military Police, but I fully intend to support all of you with everything I have.
I'm thinking it's about time I return to helping the guild, actually. But I'll still be in touch with Sarah, so I'm sure I can lend a hand or two anytime you need it.
Naturally, I'd be overjoyed to continue serving as your dormitory's caretaker.
I'm your instructor, so you're stuck with me to the very end. Whatever you choose to do, you'll have my support. You're going to need to decide on a more specific course of action, though. Resolving to find a third way is a start, but only a start. It also leaves plenty of questions that need to be answered on top of it all.
Well, then how about this? Let's figure out right now whether or not we want to keep using Ymir as our base of operations.
Just so we're clear on this, there's a limit to how many people can use the Spirit Path at any one time. And with as many people as we have now, I'm not sure how useful it's going to be at this point.
And we're limited on how frequently we can use it.
Oh, right. But we're also just as limited on where we can go otherwise. We haven't exactly been the most subtle group around. Who's to say we could even operate elsewhere?
An astute point. The Noble Alliance will no doubt be even more wary of us than before.
In the end, no matter what we decide, we lose.
But here's the thing, the Noble Alliance is gonna fight us anyway, so wouldn't it make more sense to at least have some backup?
Indeed. Yet we're short on time, so a decision must be made now.
There's gotta be something that only we can do.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I know it exists. And I'm sure that we'll find it. The best thing we can do now is keep talking things out until we find a way. There's no point in rushing into a decision.
Well, doesn't this look fun? Mind if I join in?
What in the world?
It couldn't be.
Vita!
Whose side are you on anyway?
It's lovely to see you again, Emma. You were finally able to reunite with all of your classmates. I'm happy for you. Really, I am. The goddess was on your side after all,
Cut the crap, Vita. Have you been listening in all this time?
Where are you? I'm not far at all. Listen closely now.
That sounds just like...
Is that...
It's coming from above us!
Uh-oh.
Isn't that the Noble Alliance Force's flagship?
What's the Pantagruel doing here?
Damn it! I didn't think she'd tell the rest of their army where we were.
But why now?
Why? Because our preparations are finally complete.
Vita!
Vita! You're here. Yes, I am here, in the flesh. Good day to you all, Class 7. As nice as it would be to finally give you a hug, Emma, I wouldn't want to keep our guest of honor waiting any longer. So, without further ado...
Uh-oh.
Can't be. Isn't that...
The Azure Knight. Crow.
Long time no see, guys. Sorry for dropping in on you like this, but I'm sure you know the drill by now. You ready to have some fun?
Is that really you, Crow?
There's no doubt about it.
See, you damn terrorist.
Come on!
Right! Heed my call! Valimar!
Acknowledged.
It's rematch time, apparently.
I'm not gonna lose this time, because at the end of the day, he's just an obstacle that needs to be overcome. So lend me your power, Valimar!
Very well. Use my power as you see fit.
You've really taken to piloting since your last encounter, haven't you? I was hoping you would, and you didn't let me down. You boys have so much potential. But potential is only that. Potential. And you, Rean, might want to reevaluate just how many obstacles need overcoming.
Uh-oh.
This is bad.
Aren't those the Alliance's allies?
Long time no see, kiddos. You doing all right, Fee?
I see the purple lightning has joined your ranks.
Xeno. Leo.
Zephyr. And a few members of Ouroboros, too. Guess all the big guys wanted a piece of us today.
And look, Sammy's here too! Kindly stop referring to Clown Soleus with that bizarre nickname.
Ha ha! Ah, it's such a pleasure to visit this wintry wonderland once again.
Oh, it's a pleasure, all right. The time for my long-awaited revenge has finally come. Now you shall pay!
It's only been 2 days since you first fought them, you know.
This could pose a problem. Why send so many powerful allies here? And all at once?
You've proven to be rather formidable adversaries, after all. It wouldn't do to underestimate you.
Rufus!
I'm pleased to see you all again, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7. As for you, dear brother, I was told that you'd run away from home. It does my heart good to see you safe and sound. So, you've finally gathered up the will to make the difficult choices life set at your feet, I presume.
I legit think he's a double agent, but I could be wrong.
Even if those choices place you in my line of fire?
Yes, I have.
I can't believe he's shown up too.
The Noble Alliance is pulling out all the stops to finally get rid of us, aren't they?
Rean, we'll take care of everything here. You and Valimar have your own battle to fight.
Are you sure?
We're in for a real brawl out here, but a guy couldn't ask for better opponents.
Leave the battle on the ground to us.
We've no intention of backing down without a fight.
Wait, Sharon!
I know they're all strong, but still.
Well, what do you say we get started?
Here he comes!
I'm impressed. You managed to hold your own better than I expected you to. It's only been a month or so, but you've really grown as an Awakener, Rean.
Well, it's hard to go through the kinds of things I have without growing from the experience. And now that I've done all that, I'm going to be the one who takes you down!
No, you're not. I said you could hold your own, not that you could win. Remember, there's still a 3-year gap's worth of experience between us. And it's time you realize just how much of an impact that gap has.
That's enough, Crow!
Do they really stand a chance?
Well, they're putting up a good fight so far, but... Yeah, it's not looking good. They're outnumbered, for one thing.
Then it's time we lent them our aid.
Agreed! Weapons at the ready, guys!
Always in a rush, aren't you? Stay right where you are. I'll serve as your opponent today.
You will?
Trying to stop us from joining in?
I'd rather our intrusion cause as little inconvenience as possible to the people of this village. I'll let you make the first move. It's been quite some time since I last instructed you in fencing uses. I look forward to seeing how you've improved.
Wow.
His guard's perfect.
Stay alert. Rufus is a master of court fencing. We'll need to put all we have into this battle to even stand a chance against him.
I would have it no other way.
Like, no matter how good he is, there's like, what? 9 of you versus 1 of him? I don't think he could take that many. Oh. I have a fight without Reen? Right.
Show me what you're capable of.
Very well.
Compete with that.
Okay.
This is weird playing
Keep it
without
up, everyone.
Reen. I'm not used to this.
Yes, sir!
Okay, That he is. Okay.
Get him!
Onward!
Your end is sure.
He has a lot of health. Okay. Well, that's not good.
Why was it I'm strong into one?
Okay. That worked.
Well, I won't deny that was an entertaining diversion. But you'd do well to intensify your training regimen if you hope to best me.
How is he so strong?
You didn't stand a chance.
He might even be stronger than Sarah.
Are you guys okay?
Hey, you really think you've got time to be worrying about them? You ain't getting out of this one, Reen.
All right, bring it on! It's time to settle this, Crow!
Bring it on!
Class 7 takes a lot of L's
Be a
in this
tough
game.
one. Be careful.
Like, a lot of L's.
You're wasting your time!
Uh-oh.
There! Gotcha!
So now Reen gets to take an L.
Think you can handle this?
This is bad.
I can't even defend. It won't even let me. Yeah, this is not winnable.
Gotcha. Hope you're ready.
Talk about taking one hell after another.
Gotcha.
Jeez.
Hey, are you okay?
What do you think? It's one unwinnable fight after another. It's just nothing but L's.
Settled enough for you?
Didn't even bother to use that trump card of yours.
He wasn't even trying last time, then was he?
Come on. With the way you are now, I don't even need to try. I'll always win. And that ring perfectly illustrates just how massive the gulf between us is. Maybe you think you've had it tough up till now, but you're gonna need to go through a hell of a lot more if you want to even the odds.
I see the battle here has come to an end.
Oh, hey Vita.
I can't help but feel a little bummed that everything went exactly as I thought it would. Still, it just goes to show how much faith I have in your skills, my sweet Azure Chevalier.
Funny, I don't recall ever becoming yours. How's everything up top?
I think it's only a matter of time before the battle is decided. But we've caused enough trouble for the people of Ymir already. It's about time we brought this to a close. Finestrum Phantasma Window.
My apologies for not coming down to speak with you in person, ladies and gentlemen of Thor's Military Academy. You know who I am, of course, but I am Duke Cayenne, ruler of the Lemaire province and supreme leader of the Noble Alliance.
Duke Cayenne?
So even the big guy himself is here.
I must say, what a curious group we have here. I'd heard as much, but allow me to extend my most heartfelt congratulations. My expectations have thoroughly been exceeded.
We just lost, and it wasn't even close.
When I saw young Eustace and Laura in Legram earlier this year, I could never have imagined this is how we would next meet. Oh, I'm sure your parents must have warned you against wandering off with such disreputable individuals on a number of occasions. But I suppose every child thinks that they alone know what is best for themselves. Duke Alborea was simply livid about what happened. But it can't hurt to learn more about the outside world,
Every word that leaves his mouth is condescending.
Did you come all the way here just to tell us that?
Don't be silly, child. Rean Schwarzer. I had this meeting arranged because I wanted to speak with you. Perhaps the method was a touch too garish for something so simple, but do forgive me for not formally requesting an audience.
With me?
With you. Allow me to get right to the point. I wish to invite you, Ashen Chevalier, aboard our flagship.
Wait, why?
I've heard all about your magnificent exploits across the land, and so I thought it would be nice to sit down and have a long, pleasant chat with you about the past, the present, as well as your future.
Are you suggesting... You want Rean to join the Noble Alliance?
Should you accept my invitation, we will withdraw peacefully from Ymir. Furthermore, I give you my personal assurance that we will leave this village alone for the duration of this war. A fine proposition, is it not? Are we interested?
Very well. Allow me to accept your invitation.
Don't be an idiot. This is clearly a trap. They wouldn't come all the way out here and take you into their flagship if it weren't.
I appreciate your concern. But trap or not, this might be a good chance for us, too. I think I'd regret it if I let it pass. Valimar, transport Celine back outside.
Are you certain?
Now hold it right there.
Don't worry about me. The odds were against all of us getting back together, but we did it. And I'm sure we can do it again, too. So just wait with Emma for now. I'll be back before you know it. Valimar, if you would.
Very well.
But wait!
It seems the time has come for us to part ways once again. But remember this. You're an Alberea. There is power and dignity in that name. To whatever end you would use it, I want you to prove that the convictions you cling to are worthy of your loyalty. Not for my benefit, but for yours.
Wait!
Lord Rufus!
Well met, Lord Schwarzer. It's a pleasure to see you again. Allow me to extend my apologies for the harm my father visited upon this town and its people.
Never mind that. What do you intend to do with my son? And what is a promising young man like yourself?
We're simply going to borrow young Reen for a short while. There's nothing to worry about. I'm a busy man these days, though, so for now, I bid you adieu.
We all finally got back together, too. Why?
Sorry, but I'll be back, I promise. So stay safe.
Reen! Reen!
Well, this is going, this is going pretty well. Ooh. Well, that helps a bit. Level ups for everybody. Huzzah! So I guess we'll get a little bit in Act 2. I still got a full, well, almost a full hour left. So we'll at least see the conclusion of this. So we'll see what happens. I'm guessing it won't be over an hour cutscene. So let's see what happens. But dang, that was a long act. That was a long act.
So this is what Duke Cayenne looks like from up close. It's hard to believe that I've ended up in the same room as the leader of the Noble Alliance. Although, I guess we did meet back in Legram before the war broke out.
Reen Schwarzer. Truth be told, we don't want this war to drag on any more than you do.
Really?
We only acted as we did, due in part to our dearly departed Chancellor's behavior being far too unreasonable to justify turning a blind eye. He garnered the trust of His Majesty, and in turn misused that trust. He flagrantly disregarded this nation's beloved culture and traditions, treating Erebonia as if it were his own personal property. Surely you too noticed this.
Well, I can't say I disagree. We did hear story after story during our field studies about how aggressive his policies were. about the way he didn't care how many enemies he made as a result, creating terrorist groups like the Imperial Liberation Front.
But as I said, the cause of our nation's ills is now gone. Now, all that remains is to turn back the hands of time just a touch, and the good old days of the Empire will be upon us once more. The key to this bright future lies in putting aside our differences and joining hands. Am I wrong?
I'm afraid that yes, you are. Do you honestly believe that people can so easily put aside their differences after all the Alliance has done? You occupied Heimdall and effectively took every one of its citizens hostage, imprisoned the Imperial family, and let's not forget how you're now in league with the enemy nation responsible for the destruction of Garrelia Fortress. After all that, the Imperial army would never bow their heads to the likes of you, even if the rest of the population did.
My word, I'm afraid there's been a terrible misunderstanding. The Imperial family is simply under our loving protection. They certainly haven't been imprisoned. But that does bring me to exactly why I want you to help us.
It does?
The Azure Knight is already on our side. But if we had your Ashen Knight as well, that would mean we'd have two of the great knights of Erebonian legend to put into play. Couple them with our Panzer Soldats, and the Imperial Army's armored divisions would cower before us. You may not find us winning the war ideal, but this union benefits everyone more than carrying on until our inevitable victory,
I don't think it's that simple.
I beg to differ. The presence of Soldats units on a battlefield makes a tremendous difference. What they may lack in firepower and armor compared to tanks, they make up for in mobility and versatility. But more important than even those factors is the psychological impact they have on our opponents.
Well...
We're only human. As such, we are as captivated as we are terrified of giant beings bearing human form. And if that holds true even for mass-produced Soldats made with modern technology, it will be all the more true for the divine knights of legend you and Crow possess.
Can't argue with that logic.
I will say it once more. Gileath Osborne is dead, and with his death, all that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
Are you trying to...
Whatever you ultimately decide, their safety is guaranteed. I would ask that you promise him this, if nothing else, Your Grace.
But of course, I'm not a monster.
Rufus.
We may stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but I still sit on Thor's board of directors. And in that capacity, I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for.
Joke's on you, there's at least like 2 more games, so I'm not dying in this game.
I look forward to hearing your answer.
Food and refreshments? What? Hey, intermission. Andy, you should sue. I mean, there's no way Renek's gonna accept, obviously. I think. This is a fancy ship.
All that's left to be done is end this ridiculous war and return order to the Empire. Only then will everything be as it should. That includes both your pleasant academy life and the peaceful days of darling Elise and her friend the princess.
I suggest you consider carefully the choice before you. After all, every soldier must decide for himself whether a cause is worth fighting, perhaps even dying for. I look forward to hearing your answer.
It's hard to argue that this war began because the noble faction went too far. But the longer it goes on, the more people are going to suffer. Am I really okay with that? If I join them, I could reduce the number of victims, be friends with Crow again, free Elise and Princess Alphen. No, this isn't that simple. Think, Rain, think! I was able to reunite with the others, but Elise and Princess Alphen are still in the Alliance's custody. What's the best thing I can do? This isn't just about me. What do all of us want to do?
Keep racking your brain like that and smoke will start coming out of your ears.
What do you want?
Hey now, no need to give me that look. I figured I was gonna find you busy thinking everything over like your life depended on it. And what do you know? I was right.
How about you mind your own damn business? And don't you have better things to do with your time? I figured the glorious Azure Chevalier would be far too busy with the war to be hanging out around here.
It's tough being popular. If you joined us, I could get away with doing half the work I am now. So come on, stop freaking out about it so much and make a choice.
This isn't something I can just decide by flipping a coin, Crow. And besides, it'd probably be an easier choice if not for a certain someone. What's that in your hand, anyway?
Grub, of course. Kinda early, but I brought you your lunch. Mind if I join you?
Hamburgers, fries, and onion rings, huh?
I still don't fully get what side... Like, I know Crow's on their side, but I'm still not convinced he's actually on their side. You know? I don't know.
I was expecting something more fancy like I had last night.
Oh, that kind of food more your thing? Okay then, give me a minute while I go ask the chef to whip something up.
No, this is fine. The burger looks delicious.
Cool. All right, dig in.
This tastes kinda different from a normal burger. Oh, no wonder. It's got whitefish in it.
Yeah, they're called fish burgers. Pretty good, right?
Yeah. The tartar sauce makes for an unusual extra flavoring, too. This tastes amazing. I like this way more than the food I had last night, to be honest.
Well, glad to hear. Guess it was worth putting my cooking skills to the test after all.
Wait, you made this?
Was my first time cooking in a while, too. Sharon could probably do better, though. But I wanted to give it a shot anyway. This stuff was like soul food back in Dry, where I grew up.
Oh.
To think, all the time we spent searching for the leader of the Imperial Liberation Front, and he was right under our noses. Crow Armbrust from the Jirai SEZ.
Oh, yeah. Vita was using some weird thing of hers to let you see what was going on, wasn't she? So I guess you saw what happened there.
Yeah. Jirai was that special economic zone in the Northwest you guys went to during our August field study, too.
We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone. Though, I guess that makes sense seeing as it's under the direct control of the Imperial government and not a noble.
I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago. Is that right?
Oh, randomly unvoiced.
So you ended up going back to your old hometown then?
Okay, 1 second. One quick second. Alright, all good.
Yeah, by pure coincidence. It's changed a lot since I was last there, so it was kind of surreal being back again. But it was nostalgic in its own way, too.
It's been bugging me for a long time now. What could have made you want to join a group of terrorists like the Imperial Liberation Front? What was it that made you hate Chancellor Osborn that much? Enough to take his life? Oh, tell me, Crow. Please. I want to know what it was that made you who you are now. What kind of place Jirai was, how you lived there, and what you were doing before you entered the academy and met Toa, Angelica, and George.
Where's the fun in prying into a guy's past? Save all that talk for your number one in class. Who's the lucky girl anyway? Elisa? Laura? Emma? Fee? And don't tell me it's Milliam, because, you know,
I'm serious, Crow. I really want to know. Think of telling me your past as paying off the interest you owe in that 50 Mira. Because until I know, until we know, we won't be able to move forward.
You're really serious.
Crow?
My past really isn't that big of a deal, you know. It's got nothing on yours, that's for sure. If you find yourself thinking that's all when I'm done, well, I warned you. So, you really want to know?
Yeah. Nothing you say will change my mind. Please, tell me.
All right, you win. Like I said, it's just your run-of-the-mill sob story. Pick up any history textbook and you'll probably find a dozen others just like it. It's the kind of story that's so common no one bothers to remember it, like it never even happened. Back in those days, Jirai was known as Jirai City. It was a city-state off the coast of northwest Zemuria that prospered through maritime trade with West Erebonia, Northumbria, and Remiferia. It had a population of around 150,000 people, so it wasn't exactly a big place or anything. Because of that, the surrounding nations left it alone and let us live out our days in peace. We were pretty fortunate, all things considered, until about 20 years ago. That was when the Northumbrian disaster struck, and much of the Principality of Northumbria was turned to salt. And as a result, trade on the northwest shore was reduced to virtually nothing. Day after day, Jirai's prosperity started to fade away. Still, it wasn't all bad. We had our fishing, our historic landmarks, our septium mines. We could make use of those to get trade going again, both to keep our state running and to help out Northumbria. In fact, the one who advocated that approach was the mayor, my grandfather. He was the last mayor Jirai City ever had. He was a stubborn old bastard, but he had this wry sense of humor, and was well loved by everyone. I lost my mom and dad early, so he was also my only living relative. He taught me just about everything a guy could know. He was like a mom, dad, and your old master rolled into one, I guess. Anyway, fast forward to 10 years ago. Out of nowhere, we received this proposal from the Erebonian government. They said they wanted to extend a railway line from Heimdall all the way to Jirai. We relied on the sea for trade before, but there wasn't any reason to believe we couldn't benefit from being connected to Heimdall by rail. The proposal drew overwhelming support from the city's council, and as a result, my grandfather was forced to accept. Within a year, the city had all of its old life back and then some. The streets were more bustling than ever. But keep in mind, this was the result of huge amounts of imperial capital flowing into the city. Land and buildings we once treasured were bought up left and right. Everything became a target for investment. People only cared about making money. Something similar supposedly happened in Crossbell too, but unlike there, no opposition existed in Jirai. My grandfather sensed something was off, and he tried what he could to get the situation under control. Then one day, someone blew up the railway line leading to Jirai. Everyone demanded that it be repaired as quickly as possible. Everyone except the imperial government. Instead, they panned our national security arrangements for being insufficient and threatened to withdraw all imperial capital. The city was left in an uproar like we'd never seen. Shares plummeted, and with no one able to ascertain the culprit's identity, chaos reigned. That was when he showed up. Chancellor Gileath Osborn, in his third year as representative of the imperial government, personally came to Jirai. We then received a second proposal.
The restoration of the railway and its future security will be seen to by the Imperial Army. In return for our continued assistance in safekeeping, Jirai will come under the wing of our glorious empire and attain even greater prosperity as a special economic zone.
The timing was too good to be true, really. Realizing this, my grandfather staunchly opposed the idea. He tried everything he could to convince the city's council to reject the offer. Unfortunately, once you taste the sweet fruit of prosperity, it's hard to want to go back. The council, made up of influential merchants in all their greed, jumped at the offer. And tempted by the elimination of customs, together with the tax breaks from being an SEZ, many of the citizens did too. And during all that, they'd conveniently found a suspect behind the railway incident, my grandfather. He loved Jirai more than anyone, and up till then, its people loved him too. And yet, virtually overnight, he found himself facing the wrath of both the city's council and the citizens alike. Left with no choice, he resigned from his position as mayor, and Jirai formally became part of the Empire. Both of these things happened on the same exact day. That was 8 years ago. Naturally, everyone knew my grandfather wasn't the one who did it. They knew who was really responsible. They just turned a blind eye to the truth. See? I warned you. Just your run-of-the-mill sob story.
I don't know what to say, Crow. What happened to him after that? Your grandfather.
One day, he just up and died. Once he resigned, the whole affair with the railway getting blown up was all but forgotten. He lived comfortably in retirement for about half a year, fell ill, and that was that. He just lost the will to go on, I guess. Like I said, he was the only family I had. I mean, I had plenty of friends even then, but I chose to leave it all behind. I was 13 at the time. I wandered the land, doing whatever I had to get by. That was when I met old Cayenne, who happily indulged my hatred for the Chancellor. And with his financial backing, I went out with the goal to find others who were just like me. That was the beginning of the Imperial Liberation Front. Gideon, Scarlet, and Vulcan were among those I recruited. I had also met Vita then. I only knew her as the woman who had often come to see Cayenne. She guided me to a place below the city of Ordis, and there slept the Azure Knight Ordine. One after another, I overcame the same trials you did with your friends, but alone. And once I'd proven myself worthy, Ordine accepted me as his awakener. That was 3 years ago. I was 16. My preparations complete, I concealed my background and enrolled in a military academy near the capital. Everything I did for the sole purpose of taking the Chancellor's head. Come on now, what's with the face?
Okay, so Crow's not, necessarily evil. I don't know how to feel about that.
You look sadder about all this than I do.
Yeah, I guess.
I swear. I'm not trying to tell you the Chancellor was evil or anything.
What?
Still, there's no denying that he managed to outwit my grandfather. And he may have lost, but Pop's always loved a good gamble. It's thanks to him that I'm pretty good at chess, card games, that kind of stuff. I'd say it's fairly normal for a student to want to avenge his master's defeat, wouldn't you?
I mean, he's not even bad, you know? Like, he's just on the other side, you know?
Maybe.
At the end of the day, there's no denying this country has problems, and the Chancellor's methods were making them worse. I studied those problems, worked out how to use the situation to my advantage, and then won the game with an all-or-nothing gamble. But when you think of how peaceful Jirai is now, I'd say I've got a duty to clear up the mess left behind by my game too, which means ending this war and restoring peace. So it's only when that's done that my game is truly over. I don't want whatever your decision is to be influenced by my past, okay? Like Rufus said, you need to think long and hard about what it is you're fighting for. For you, more than anyone else.
Yeah, but Crow...
Anyway, I think I've stuck around here for long enough. You're gonna be treated as a visitor. Well, Sort of. It's about time for the higher-ups to head back to Heimdall, so go ahead and pass the time however you want.
However I want? What else can I even do here?
There'll be no guards outside your room, so if you want to try and escape, be my guest. Just keep in mind that some members of Ouroboros and Zephyr are on board too, not to mention me, Scarlet, and Vulcan. So if you're up for a gamble of your own, get ready to take all of us on.
Sounds fun.
Oh yeah, one more thing. There's this real cute visitor in the guest of honor's room on the second floor. I think she'd perk right up if she saw you, so why not go pay her a visit? Just don't go making your girl jealous, okay?
I wonder who he means. He said she's in the guest of honor's room. Well, I can't waste much time here. I told everyone I'd definitely come back soon. Right now, I need to gather as much information as I can. I can make my choice after that. At least then, it'll be an informed one.
True.
I can sense someone inside.
Huh? It's open.
That sounds like... Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. You finished talking with C?
His name's Crow, not C, and he's never going to be anything else for me.
Oh, I know his real name, but to us, he's always gonna be C. That's our leader. You might be young, but each and every one of us look up to him and respect him. Anyway, take a seat. Got a whole lot of questions, I bet.
Does you asking that mean you're willing to answer them?
Depends on the questions.
Just out of curiosity, how many members does the Imperial Liberation Front have left? I know the explosion back in the mine was staged, obviously.
Sure was. Anyway, 10, give or take. We lost most of our members as soon as the war started kicking into gear.
Oh. Is that because the group's primary objective had been fulfilled?
Basically, yeah. We all came from different backgrounds, but the one thing we had in common was that we hated that bastard's guts. So after he'd kicked it, most of the guys didn't really have any reason for sticking around. Can't say I blame him for calling it quits.
Crow said that seeing this war through to its end was the last part of his game. Are the members who haven't left sticking around for similar reasons?
Interesting question. Can't speak for the others, but me? I don't really care how this war goes. I mean, I'm a former Jaeger who can hold his own in a fight. I've always lived for war, and teaching those dumbasses in the provincial armies how to pilot soldats is a job worth doing, even if it's a pain. If we disband, I'll find myself something else to do.
I see. I can't defend the assassination of the Chancellor or what you did near Trista, but I'd be happy if you chose to disband at least.
You're a funny kid, being oddly nice to us after all the shit we caused, don't you think?
The cycle of hatred's gone on for long enough. The crimes you've committed will never vanish, but no one wants this war to go on longer than it has to. It's not as though you guys want war, do you?
That's enough of the niceties. You've got time to worry about us. use it to worry about yourself. Whether you choose to side with the Alliance or go against them, you've got a tough road ahead, whether you like it or not. Make sure to think long and hard before you decide. And if we end up as enemies again, show me what you got. On the battlefield, I mean.
Excuse me.
Think I might have been too harsh on the kid. Still... yeah. He's probably perfect for the job.
He saw right through me. He's not wrong, though. I should be worrying about myself right now. He seemed kind of different, though. Like he'd lost his spark. His sole objective in life seemed to be to get revenge for his old Jaeger Corps killed by Osborn. Maybe he's just not sure what to do with himself now that he's done just that?
Interesting. Dang, there's a lot of people to talk to, isn't there?
I can sense someone inside, and judging by the fact that V is in the next room...
Come on in if you like.
Excuse me.
Hello there, love. I'd heard you came on board yesterday, so I did wonder whether we would run into one another at some point.
Hello, Scarlet. Last time we spoke was a month and a half ago near Trista, I think.
Quite a memorable day for both of us, wasn't it? There's no need to stand over there. Come and have a seat. I'll pour us some tea.
You really don't have to. Well, I guess there's no harm in chatting for a bit.
These tea leaves really are wonderful, aren't they? Only the best for the airship of Erebonia's most powerful noble, I suppose.
I have to admit, the fragrance is like no tea I've ever had before. You're right, though. It makes sense if it's something Duke Cayenne personally chose.
Oh? I was under the impression that your family is a part of the nobility, too. Your father is a baron, isn't he?
He might be a noble, but generally barons aren't all that wealthy. We live a relatively modest lifestyle.
Oh, really? I wouldn't have thought it before, but maybe my family was actually more well-off than yours.
And Scarlet, I heard she lost her old hometown when he went and built a railway through it.
What kind of family did you come from, then?
Oh, they weren't nobles, if that's what you're wondering. They were just relatively wealthy farmers. We were almost local celebrities in a way.
Oh, I see.
You're wondering how someone like me became a terrorist? It's written all over your face.
Well, I can't deny that I'm curious. I heard that you lost your hometown because Osborn built a railway through it.
Oh, did C tell you? No, I suppose it must have been V. He never was one to keep quiet about things.
So, I mean, what happened?
Some things are best left unsaid, I think. It's not as if knowing would somehow allow you to change things.
I suppose.
You're so adorable, Rean. Now I know why C took a liking to you. What do you say? How about you come and fight with me and the other big girls and boys? It'll be fun, I promise.
Please stop teasing me. Anyway, thank you for the tea. It wasn't just made with high-quality leaves. It was brewed exceptionally, too.
You're very welcome.
Oh, actually, I may as well ask while I have the chance. Where did you learn how to use that weapon of yours anyway? It's pretty unique.
Oh, that? I suppose it can't hurt to tell you. The holy city of Arteria.
The Arteria? Where the high seat of the Septian Church is?
That's the one. It's called a Templar sword, and it's a traditional weapon in the church. A few years ago, I was studying to be a sister and was trained in how to use it there.
Surely you must be talking about some other church, right? You're telling me there are sisters in the Septian Church who use weapons like that?
There are more things in this world you don't know than you could possibly imagine. Well, it doesn't matter much now. I ended up returning to Erebonia before my training was complete.
Oh?
Anyway, that's all I'm telling you for now. I'll give you the full story if you decide to join us. Sound fair? And if you choose not to join, well, that way has its own charms, I suppose.
She ended up being a lot friendlier than I expected her to be. I wonder how much of what she was saying about being a sister was true. She seemed to really hate the Chancellor. I wonder what she intends to do now that he's gone.
It's a good, valid question, honestly. There's a lot of people here, isn't there?
Good day to you, Reen Schwarzer.
What the? You're the Phantom Thief! You sure look comfortable. What are you doing here?
Ha ha! Why wouldn't I be? I'm as much a guest on this ship as you are. And who would deny themselves the pleasure of a ship so beautiful? The furnishings are immaculate. The food and wine are positively sumptuous. And I am of the firm belief that it's wasteful not to take advantage of the opportunities life presents you. Ah, and speaking of opportunities, don't just stand there. Take a seat and join me in having a drink. You've been blessed with the rare chance to sit and chat one-on-one with the most beloved thief of our time.
You're like the opposite of the Phantom Thieves.
I can't believe that's how you describe yourself. Well, what the hell? I'll have a drink. Nothing alcoholic, though. Funny. I didn't realize you'd met Prince Olivert.
Ha! Indeed. There are few even among royals whose palate is so refined as his. Between our shared love of beauty and fundamental difference of opinion on the nature of love, he forever remains an endless source of entertainment for me.
I suddenly feel very sorry for him. What happened down in Liberl sounds pretty amazing, though. I'd heard there were problems with orbital technology in southern Erebonia at the time, but I had no idea that was why.
Ha ha! That magnificent floating city was quite the sight to behold, let me tell you. Oh, how I wish I could have shown it to you. It would have changed your view of the world completely.
It really does sound amazing. Wait, why am I sitting here having a friendly discussion with a wanted criminal? He has so many interesting and unusual stories, I got completely caught up listening to them.
Ha ha! A thief of my caliber can steal much more than objects, Reed. There. I was able to steal much of your time and your interest. Perhaps I stole your heart as well.
Rest assured that did not happen. Your stories were interesting, though, I'll admit. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Prince Olivert is now, would you? Last I checked, he wasn't actively fighting against the Alliance.
Ha ha! I imagine Duke Cayenne would welcome a man like the Prince with open arms into the Alliance, if he so wished to join. To my knowledge, he was always wary of the Chancellor himself. But I digress. I'm afraid not even I know where he is at the moment. However, I'm inclined to believe that wherever he's hiding, the Crimson Wings is there with him.
So the Courageous is missing too, then. Although the Duke's got some nerve if he expects Prince Olivert to side with him after he imprisoned the rest of the Imperial family.
But think, these kinds of things are simply what the great nobles of this country have always done. The War of the Lions, too, was brought about by numerous families of some standing backing potential successors to the throne. Emperor Dreikels, as a late arrival to the war, was a mere exception to the rule. I wonder, does Prince Olivert think himself as the second coming of Dreikels?
One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's military academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
I don't think he does. From what I can tell, he intends to try and end this war in a slightly different way from Dreigels.
Oh? Do tell.
Sorry, but I should be going. Thanks for all the interesting stories. They helped me work through things in my head a bit.
Ha ha! I'm pleased to hear it. I will be waiting at the edge of my seat to hear which path you choose. Join us, and you'll be warmly welcomed. Naturally, I'm fascinated by you as the Ashen Knight's pilot, but I'm even more fascinated with that brute strength of yours. I would love the chance to see the power of an ogre up close.
I doubt it's half as interesting as what you're thinking. Anyway, if you'll excuse me.
That was certainly a conversation. Alright, we got 4 more to go through.
I wonder who's in here.
We got a visitor?
Come on in.
Excuse me.
Who could this be? These two.
Figured it was you. Sup?
Have a seat. Bourbon? I suppose not.
Yeah, I really shouldn't. How come you guys are being so friendly, though? I mean, we're on opposing sides and all.
Why wouldn't we be? It's not like we're on a battlefield right now. We're Jaegers. Nothing unusual about us trying to cut some throats one day than sitting in a bar with the same guys the next.
Of course, if you would rather fight with us, that can be arranged.
I shall have to politely decline. For one thing, I don't think I'd stand the slightest chance of taking you two down.
Hey now, no need to be so pessimistic. He seems to think pretty highly of you. Have a little more faith in yourself.
At the very least, you'd be able to give us a real fight in your divine night.
That's true. How's it going, Grady?
Not that I'd have any intention of losing even then.
Thank you for the raid.
The scary thing is, I'm pretty sure he's dead serious. Well, they're used to taking out tanks. They probably have their ways.
Hopefully your Yu-Gi-Oh! Cast went well.
Oh yeah? Ranking 72nd for the year in an academy full of big shot students ain't half bad. Brings a tear to my eye to see our little Fee putting her heart into her education.
And don't forget, she was the youngest of her classmates, too. The boss was right when he said that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
You got that right. Maybe joining the gardening club will make her a bit more ladylike, too. Oh, who am I kidding?
She's still young. She has plenty of time to develop on that front if she so pleases.
They really seem to adore her, like two proud parents talking about their child. And yet... If you don't mind me asking, why did you leave Fee behind? After your boss was killed in a battle with his sworn enemy, I mean.
Oh, Fee told you about that. It sounds like you're closer to her than I thought you were.
I trust this is simply me being paranoid. But you haven't tried making any moves on her, have you?
No, of course not. I wouldn't dream of it. I just want to know why you'd abandon her when she obviously means so much to the two of you. She thought of you all like family. Why did you leave her all alone?
Well, we had our reasons. Let's leave it at that. I know you want to know, but you're not the one we should be telling that to.
We'll be sure to tell Fee our reasons in due time. Until then, leave the issue be.
All right. I can accept that. Still, she's our classmate. In that sense, she's like family to me, to us, too. And we feel that way about her just as strongly as you do, if not more so. I want to be perfectly clear on that.
Fighting words right there.
Still, we'll remember you said that. Returning to the matter at hand, you're sure
You haven't tried to make any moves on her?
Come on, spit it out.
They really are like two overprotective fathers.
I mean,
was
it could
hoping
have
to
been
get a
worse.
bit more out of them about what Zephyr is up to. All we did was talk about Fee the whole time. Oh well. At least now I know that the guys in Zephyr really cared about her, so it wasn't a complete waste of time.
And I didn't die. So, you know, that's a plus. Who's she? Oh, it's that lady.
Having to travel to and from Crossbell like this is utterly exhausting. No, I mustn't complain. I'm doing this for the sake of my lord.
She sounds awfully familiar.
Who goes there? Wait, you're the Ashen Knight's pilot.
I remember you now. You're with Ouroboros, Duvali the Swift, right?
Have you no shame? Is it perhaps normal for you to barge into a lady's room unannounced? You and that Arseid are only as bad as each other, I swear. Learn your place!
Actually, I just walked through the door normally. I should have probably knocked before I came in, though. Sorry about that.
I forever maintain I think she's gonna be a party member.
Now that we're understood, what do you want? Have you come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side after all?
Can you not jump to conclusions? Besides, it's not like you're working with the Alliance because you agree with what they're doing.
Oh, naturally. Lady Clotilde seems to have a purpose of her own. But for my part, I have no obligation to help the Alliance whatsoever. I'm simply cooperating because I was told doing so was necessary to the plan.
Plan? I'm not sure what she's getting at. Just so we're clear, that lord you keep mentioning isn't Vita Clotilde, is it?
No. She may be an Anguis like her, but my lord is the seventh, not the second. She is the leader of the Stahlritter, the great light which guides us. Gallant yet beautiful, proud yet merciful. She's the strongest knight of all. And oh, she's simply divine.
Well, you've made it clear how great you think she is.
Why do I have a feeling... No, I had a feeling she's talking about, like, Emma, but no, because Emma was there, so... Never mind, that there wouldn't work.
So the head of the Stahlritter is also a woman?
She certainly is. And if you must know, 100 swordsmen of your strength couldn't hope to equal her. No, 1,000, even 10,000 of you wouldn't be able to so much as scratch her.
Okay, I get it. She's strong. Still, if she's a woman who could be described as the strongest knight of all, Laura already noticed the similarity between the Eisenritter and Stahlritter, but she really does sound like Saint Sandlot.
I see I've got you thinking. Incidentally, I may have already mentioned her title, but one can never share my lord's glory too many times. She's known as the Steel Maiden.
The Steel Maiden, huh?
And with that, I believe that's enough idle chatter.
Why does that sound familiar?
If you didn't come to tell me that you'll be fighting on our side, then we remain enemies. As such, we shouldn't be standing here being friendly with one another.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Sorry for bothering you. Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to ask. You're not an enforcer like Blue Blanc or Sharon, right? Is there any reason for that?
You just had to ask. Enforcers are selected by the Society's leader, the Grandmaster. And in order to be selected as one and given a number, that person needs to be burdened by some kind of darkness. But just so we're clear, there is no correlation between having a number and one's strength, alright? I'm quite strong.
I didn't say you weren't, but it makes perfect sense. You don't strike me as someone who's carrying any kind of darkness with you. You're refreshingly sincere. Like someone who hates anything that strays from the path of
I'll thank you not to spout such nauseating drivel in my presence. Now get the hell out of my room!
Well, that happened.
She chased me out. I'm really curious about the Steel Maiden. Could she really have some connection with the Lance Maiden? Perhaps even with the woman who helped us during our August field study.
Oh, right, that was a thing. I totally forgot about that. Anyway.
Huh? I think I can sense someone inside. Given the circumstances, I imagine it must be one of the people who fought us in Ymir. Huh? It's open. It's empty. Weird. I could have sworn I sent someone in here. Oh.
It's not Milliam.
Looking at her lying down like this, she really is just a child. Maybe 12 or 13? Somewhere close to Milliam's age. How did a kid like this end up fighting with the Alliance?
Who are you? Who's calling me?
Is she talking in her sleep?
Situation assessed. Location is a room inside the guest area of the Pentagrul. 9 hours have passed since initial loss of consciousness.
Guess she's sleeping comfortably enough here. Then again, she needs it at her age. She's got plenty of growing left.
Is she like a android or something? Because that was kind of weird.
Wait.
Huh?
Good morning?
Reen Schwarzer. Why are you here? Unless my memories have been tampered with, I believe this room was solely allocated to me.
Oh, it was. Sorry. If I'd known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have come in here.
So you're an intruder then. Clown Soleus.
No, it was just an innocent mistake. Whoa! Can we at least talk about this?
No mercy for trespassers. So you claim to have no inappropriate motives for sneaking into this room.
Not claim! I really didn't!
But once you walked in, you fell victim to temptation and chose to act in accordance to your desires.
No! No, I didn't! How many times do I have to explain what happened before you'll believe me?
I was making a joke. Had you any intention of harming me, Clown Soleus would have attacked you. That he didn't proves your innocence.
Oh, right. Then what was all that for? Oh, whatever. I suppose it's my own fault for coming in without permission. Anyway, I've cleared my name. I'll see you some other time, probably.
If that's what you want to do, you didn't come to ask me anything then?
Well, no. Honestly, I didn't even know you were in here. I do have a lot I'd like to ask you, though. And just as much I'd like to say to you. Okay, if you're offering, what are your reasons for helping the Alliance? Why do you have a puppet just like Milliam's? Just who are you?
The answer to your first question is, I was ordered to do so. As all information regarding Clown Soleus is confidential, I am unable to answer your second question. And as for the last one, I am unable to fully comprehend the depth of your question.
Oh, forget it. You abducted my sister and the princess. Whether you were ordered to or not doesn't change that. And it's not something I think I can forgive. See you around. Sorry, that was probably too harsh. I can't pretend to know anything about your circumstances, but I do know that you didn't abduct them of your own free will. Anyway, with that said, I'll be going. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk again sometime.
The Black Workshop.
What?
That's the name of the place I belong to. It was they who loaned me to the Noble Alliance. Unless you choose to join the Alliance, that is the most I'm able to disclose to you.
The name doesn't ring any bells, and loaned. That makes it sound like, I suppose it's none of my business. Thanks for telling me. I'll be sure to remember that name.
I can't see doing so holding any real purpose for you. Incidentally, did you have any untoward motives behind what you just did?
No, I did not. The Black Workshop? Loaned? Sounds like stuff worth remembering.
She's not human is my initial conclusion.
I can sense someone inside. What the?
I mean, how can I not after that?
Oh, it's you. Forgot you were staying here too.
Yeah. What was that? It's gone now anyway. Maybe it was just my imagination.
So what's up? I couldn't give a damn whether you joined the Alliance or not, to be honest.
Oh, I didn't come here for any specific reason.
Interesting. You mixed by any chance?
Could I sit and talk to you for a while?
What a pain in the ass.
He seems nice.
So, what do you want to ask?
When we ran into each other back near Bereahard, you asked a weird question. Something about being mixed?
Oh, that?
I didn't have the chance to figure out what that meant at the time, but what did you mean?
Don't know if I can even explain that one. It's just something you feel. What we've got mixed into us is obviously different in strength and nature. It's kind of hard to put into words.
Yeah, seems that way. I know you're not trying to confuse me on purpose, but I really can't wrap my head around what you're saying.
Just watch.
Huh?
There's no trick to it. I'm not using an ornament, it's not magic. And I'm not using an artifact either. I just will fire to appear, and it does.
So it's just a totally unnatural ability?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Something that just gives you results, without the processes you'd usually have to go through to obtain them. You've got one too, right?
Well, true. That power of mine wasn't something I gained from training. I don't even know where the power itself is coming from.
It's the same kind of thing. People who can do things like that usually have something mixed into them. Something foreign, unnatural, mixed into their body itself. Different to the church's stigmas. Looks like a pretty small part of it in your case, though.
Oh.
There, huh? Anyway, I couldn't tell you how, where, or why whatever it is got mixed into you. Sure, you've got more questions, but sorry. I can't answer them.
No, it's okay. You've answered enough already. I feel like I understand myself a little better now, actually.
Good for you, I guess. So, we done now?
Yeah. Thanks for your time. Oh yeah. So how much of you is unnatural?
Me? All of me.
Well, that was creepy.
His circumstances seem very different from mine. Guess all I can do is remember what he said. Maybe there will come a time when it'll all make sense. I'm sure one day I'll find out what this power of mine is. what the story behind me being given this power as a kid is. One day.
Well, I talked with everyone down here. There's only one left. Guess we could talk to these two. Well, there's only one last place to go. I'll save just in case, and we'll go from there. This will probably be the last thing we do tonight.
This should be the guest of honor's room. Time to see who's inside.
Yes? Who is it? Please come in.
That sounds like... Excuse me. I had a feeling it was you, but I didn't dare to hope.
It's you. It's really, really you.
Your Highness.
How did you get here? This all feels like a dream. Please don't tell me it is. I don't think my heart could handle the disappointment.
It's really me. I'm so glad you're safe. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this. If I hadn't been so weak and careless, none of this would have happened.
You mustn't apologize. Simply being able to see you again is more than I could have hoped for.
You must have been really lonely. I'm here for you now, though. I might not be the most reliable person for the job, but I'm not going anywhere.
So that's what you've been doing all this time?
Yeah. I was happy all of us were able to get back together again. But then yesterday, I ended up being invited onto this ship by Duke Cayenne. That's why I'm here, talking to you.
I do recall thinking things were a little noisier than usual yesterday. Now I know why. Strange as it may sound, I suppose I owe the Duke my thanks. After all, if not for his invitation, we wouldn't have been able to find each other like this.
Sorry. I wish I could say I'd snuck on board to rescue you or something. Incidentally, I hesitate to ask, but...
You want to know where Elise is, right? She's not on this ship, I'm afraid. I can't say for sure, but I believe she's been taken to the same place as my parents.
Really?
I'm sure it isn't news to you that my mother, father, and Cedric have been imprisoned somewhere. And apparently, they've chosen Elise to be my family's attendant. So it's likely wherever they've been taken, she's right there with them.
Really? I'm not sure whether to feel relieved or what.
I can hardly blame you. I feel exactly the same way, even.
But why were you alone imprisoned on this airship? Surely there must be some reason.
That was Duke Cayenne's decision. I believe he's using me to suppress potential rebellion in areas occupied by the Alliance, by having me address the people and calm them down.
Forgive me for saying so, but that's a little messed up, using you like that.
I don't especially mind doing it, honestly. It's a simple enough task. People all across Erebonia are uneasy about this war. And as princess, I should do what's within my power to help calm their nerves.
But at the expense of your own feelings? I know you want to help, but you can't be happy about being used as the Alliance's puppet to deceive them. Plus, you've been forcibly separated from your family, your best friend. You don't even know where they are.
Yes, but... Oh, why even bother? You see through everything, don't you, Reen?
Anyway, putting my feelings aside, what do you plan to do now? I presume you don't intend to actually do whatever Duke Cayenne tells you to.
Well, I'm really not sure what to do. The longer this war goes on, the more people will suffer because of it. But even so, I don't feel as though siding with the Noble Alliance is the right course of action. And the same goes for the Imperial Army. I can't in good conscience side with them either.
I see.
There's so much to think about. You're being used as a puppet against your will? And then Elise is imprisoned somewhere too, being forced to do who knows what. I have to act somehow to change things.
That wasn't your fault, Rean.
Ever since I was taken in by my family all those years ago, I've tried to be a brother figure to her. I became the person I am today because of them. They've always loved me like they would a real son. And she's always treated me like a real older brother. You saw that power of mine, didn't you? And what I look like when I use it?
Well, yes, I did.
Back when I was a kid, something just like that happened. I ended up using it right there in front of her. She should have been terrified of me. But if she was, she never once let it show. She treated me exactly the same as before. And that was when I swore, deep within my heart, no matter what happened, no matter what I had to do, I would always protect her. And that's why I can't help but wonder. I can't help but wonder if now's the time to live up to that promise, if I should put her before everything else, even if I have to ignore or outright betray my own personal beliefs in the process.
Rean. As your honorary little sister, I order you to get a hold of yourself!
What? Your Highness.
I know Elise far better than you think I do. In fact, I'd even go as far as to say I know her better than you. Rean, she's already told me so much about what happened 8 years ago. She told me about how that snowy day was what inspired you to take up the sword. She told me how traumatic that moment was for you. How what happened stays with you even now. And she even told me that, while she hated how she felt the tiniest bit happy because of it. Because it meant that your attention, your guilt, and your sense of responsibility were directed towards her and no one else. And she knew more than anyone how selfish that was. She may have had other reasons for choosing to go to Saint Estrella, but her main reason was that she didn't want you to keep feeling guilty because of her, more than anything else. She wanted to free you of your burdens. You should know, when you joined Thor's and were making new friends, and you finally seemed to be moving forward, she felt a little jealous, and even a little lonely at being left behind. But she was so very, very happy for you too. So please, Rean, please don't use Elise to justify not choosing your place in this war. Because I know for a fact, she wants you, of all people, to carve your own path and find true happiness.
How can I have been so blind? All this time I thought I was trying to protect her, and it's been the other way around since the start. And that's not just true for her either. Mom, Dad, Master Ka-Fai, all my friends at Thor's, they've been supporting me this whole time. How could I have missed something so obvious? I think I finally understand what I've been lacking inside of me all this time. I was so focused on trying to protect others, I never stopped to think about how relationships go both ways. Others try to support me just like I try to support them, and I have as much of an effect on them as they do on me. How did I not realize before now? I'm sorry, Master. I think you gave me that intermediate scroll a bit too soon. But better to realize late than never, I suppose. Because now I finally feel like I'm ready. As long as I keep that fact in mind, I won't lose control again.
Whoa, what's this? That's pretty cool.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. And I've got you to thank for that. Forget honorary. You sounded just like my real sister for a minute. So, thank you. I think it's time we get going. I wouldn't want to keep my classmates waiting any longer than I already have.
A pity, but you're right. I was rather hoping we could stay like this a little while longer. But I suppose all good things have to come to an end. Take care of yourself, Rean. I'll leave Elisa's rescue to you. No matter what it takes, please. Why are you shaking your head?
I said it's time we get going, didn't I? There's no way I'm leaving my sister's best friend imprisoned in a place like this. I will get the two of us off this ship. So stay close to me.
Right!
How exactly is that gonna work?
So, do you have an escape plan?
Valimar, the Ashen Knight, is on the deck. He's chained up there, but if we can get to him, I'm sure we can find some way to use him to get away from here. First, though, we need to find a way to get out of this part of the ship without anyone noticing.
Alright then. I never imagined I'd be running away from here with you at my side. Elise is going to be so envious.
Anyway, let's get going.
Alright, but I think that, wow, she's a lot lower level, although I guess it makes sense. I think that's a good place to stop for the night. So we'll see how the escape and everything else after that goes. So that'll be on day 6 of Cold Steel 2. So hopefully you all enjoyed. I do appreciate all the raids tonight. Grady, Paladin, Yoshi. I do really appreciate it. So yeah, that said, I'll try to find somebody to raid, and I do not have anybody. So, kind of expected, I guess, for the time of night, but, you know, is what it is. So, thanks to everybody for coming and hanging out, and, yeah, see you guys next Tuesday for more Cold Steel 2. So, thanks for watching all, and, catch you guys next time. Night, guys.